Chapter 235. Li Mu didn't know what other people's inner demons were like, but his seemed to be somewhat different. She obviously didn't have much desire to erode Li Mu's consciousness and occupy his body. Instead, she was not very friendly to the Empress. Was it because of jealousy? Speaking of which, Li Mu was also a little jealous of the Empress at first. After all, she was young and had a high position. She had stepped into the upper realm before the age of 30. Who wouldn't be envious of her? Could it be that the birth of this woman was due to Li Mu's jealousy? Cultivation was really dangerous at every step. Even a small emotion in the heart could be infinitely magnified. The inner demons had no substance. If he wanted to overcome or eliminate them, he had to rely on his inner cultivation. The beautiful woman took a sip of wine and asked, "You have never met her, why are you so protective of her?" Li Mu said, "Your Majesty treats me sincerely, so I should treat your Majesty sincerely. Moreover, although your Majesty is a woman, compared to the previous emperors of the Great Zhou, her wisdom and virtue should be at the forefront. The North County girl died unjustly, and the court covered up a corrupt official. Your Majesty upheld justice for her. The Academy has become a chronic disease of the Great Zhou, and the students of the Academy have formed cliques for selfish interests and control the court. No one in the court dares to mention it. Only your Majesty is aggressive and brave to reform. Isn't such a person worthy of respect and protection?" After Li Mu finished speaking, he raised his head and drank a glass of wine, secretly feeling pity in his heart. If these words were heard by the Empress, she might be happy and reward him with some treasures. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to see the Empress and could only talk to himself in his dreams. The woman took a deep look at Li Mu and didn't say anything in the end. She drank alone. Although Li Mu was curious, he didn't ask much. A personality with self-consciousness, to some extent, was a completely different person. They had their own fantasy life and identity. Li Mu had seen a movie before in which the protagonist had 10 personalities with different identities. Their gender, age, and identity were different, and between the different personalities they would kill each other. Judging from the current situation, Li Mu and his other self were getting along quite well. Even if she wanted to harm Li Mu could still exit the dream at any time. She didn't seem to have such thoughts either. When he woke up from his dream, Li Mu was still reminiscing about the delicious food in his dream. Unfortunately, a dream was still a dream. When he woke up, he couldn't recall the taste of those delicacies. After washing up and eating breakfast, he went to the yamen with Xiao Bai. Li Mu was about to go out on patrol when he saw Mr. Mei and 2 other people outside the government office. Li Mu stepped forward and asked, "Sister Mei, what's the matter?" Mr. Mei said, "Jiangyin County offered a batch of tribute pears yesterday. His Majesty asked me to give you a box." Li Mu was a little flattered. Although it was just a box of pears, it represented His Majesty the Empress's intentions. It meant that she would think of him for such a small matter. During the transportation of this kind of tribute, Fulu would be stuck on the box. Even if it was transported to Shindu, it would be no different from freshly picked ones. Li Mu took one for himself and gave one to Xiao Bai. He took a bite of the tribute pear and found that the pear skin was thin, juicy, and sweet. It was worthy of being chosen as a tribute pear. Mr. Mei said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the palace first." "Wait." Li Mu suddenly stopped her and asked, "Sister Mei, what should I do if I encounter an inner demon in the process of cultivation?" Li Mu knew very little about inner demons. Even Thousand Illusions Shanren was not omniscient. Faced with this kind of thing that he had never encountered in his cultivation, Li Mu did not know how to deal with it for a moment. Although Mr. Mei's cultivation was not as high as Thousand Illusions Shanren's, she was by the Empress's side and must have seen many things. Perhaps she could explain to Li Mu. "Inner demon?" Mr. Mei frowned and asked, "You encountered an inner demon?" Li Mu nodded. Mr. Mei continued to ask, "What kind of inner demon?" Li Mu described, "Sometimes I dream of a woman." Mr. Mei glanced at him. "Isn't it normal to dream of a woman?" Li Mu explained, "It's not what you think. It's a strange woman. I've dreamed of her more than once. She seems to have independent thoughts and can even control my dreams. More than once, independent thoughts." Mr. Mei frowned and asked, "Can she control your body?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "That won't happen." "That's strange." Mr. Mei said in surprise, "Once an inner demon of this level appears, it will definitely fight for control of the body. If it wins, it will completely control the original body. If it loses, its consciousness will be destroyed. It's very rare for 2 consciousnesses to coexist." Li Mu asked, "In other words, it's possible for such a situation to exist?" Mr. May nodded and said, as far as I know, there are very few people who have more than two consciousnesses coexisting in their bodies. Most of the time his body is dominated by the main consciousness, but when he encounters a life and death crisis, the other consciousness will awaken. This kind of second consciousness can sometimes be more terrifying than the main consciousness. Li Mu felt that he was in this situation as Mr. May said. In his dreams, the woman could turn the tables and easily beat Li Mu. Her strength was very terrifying. Although the two of them could coexist peacefully for the time being, no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Li Mu asked, how do I get rid of this kind of inner demon? Mr. May shook his head and said, you can only rely on yourself to defeat the inner demon. When your consciousness is strong enough, you can easily erase the consciousness of the inner demon. She looked at Li Mu and asked, what does your inner demon look like? Li Mu reached out and swiped in the air. A woman's shadow appeared in the air. This was a small spell that could be mastered in the Just-Hen stage. It was a weakened version of the art of black light. The art of black light of the cultivators in Dongshan could turn stillness into motion and appear in real time. It could surpass the power of heaven and earth and reappear the past that had already happened. It was said that the most powerful cultivators in the ninth realm could even see the future temporarily through this spell. As for whether it was true or not, Li Mu didn't know. Mr. May looked at the woman. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes and his mouth opened slightly. Li Mu saw the change in her expression and had a bad feeling. He asked, what's wrong? Mr. May coughed and his expression returned to normal. He asked, when did you get this inner demon? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I think it was the night when His Majesty abolished the substitutes in silver. I met her for the first time in my dream. She tied me up and whipped me. Thinking of what happened in his dream that night, Li Mu still felt a bit aggrieved. Hearing this, Mr. May's expression was very strange. It seemed like he wanted to laugh but was trying hard to hold it in. A few black lines appeared on Li Mu's forehead as he asked, are you laughing at me? Mr. May shook his head and said, no, haha. Seeing Li Mu's serious face, she coughed and said, I'm not laughing at you. I just thought of something funny. Haha. She put one hand on Li Mu's shoulder and the other hand on her stomach. After laughing, she said, panting, don't worry. There are all kinds of strange things on the road of cultivation. The inner demon isn't all bad. She doesn't want to take over your body. Just think of it as a dream. Isn't it good to go on dates with a beautiful woman in your dreams? Li Mu asked suspiciously, is it really okay? Mr. May patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry. It's okay. Judging from Mr. May's tone, she didn't seem to be lying to Li Mu or comforting Li Mu. For now, Li Mu didn't feel that the woman was a threat to him. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Mr. May said, haven't you always wanted to know about His Majesty? Since we're free now, I'll tell you. When Li Mu heard this, he was instantly interested. Mr. May said, since you're already His Majesty's man, there's something you need to know. Li Mu asked, what's the matter? Mr. May said, people say that His Majesty stole the Emperor's chi from the ancestral temple and used it to transcend and take over the world. You think so too, don't you? Li Mu asked, is there more to it than meets the eye? Mr. May said, it's true that His Majesty got the Emperor's chi, but he didn't do it willingly. When he married the former crown prince, became the Empress and obtained the Emperor's chi, it was all part of the Zhou family's scheme. Li Mu really didn't know that there was such an inside story. He continued to listen to Mr. May. The Emperor's chi is condensed from the psyche power of the people of the Great Zhou. The 36 counties of the Great Zhou collect the psyche power of the people through the ancestral temple and gather it in the ancestral temple. It will gradually nurture a strand of Emperor's chi. Obtaining this Emperor's chi can allow mortals to transcend. In the past, it would be passed to the Emperor to ensure the continuation of the Great Zhou dynasty. There were shortcuts to cultivation. Some shortcuts could even allow one to reach the sky in one step. Xiao Yu, with the body of a mortal, was able to move heaven and earth and advance 5 realms in a row. The methods of the royal family of the Great Zhou were obviously more brilliant. They used the psyche power of hundreds of millions of people to cultivate, so that there would always be a powerhouse of the upper realm in the royal family to ensure the continuation of imperial power. However, during the last change of imperial power, this strand of Emperor's chi was obtained by an outsider, causing the Xiao royal family to lose their opportunity. It was no wonder that Her Majesty could succeed the throne so smoothly. After Emperor Wen, the Great Zhou showed signs of decline. The people's sentiment decreased year by year. The last strand of Emperor's chi was formed after 2 generations of emperors. In other words, the Xiao royal family had not produced a powerhouse of the upper realm for decades. The cultivation of the previous two emperors stopped at Dongxian. If there was no powerhouse to guard the country, they would not be able to intimidate the surrounding countries, not to mention the Yao nation and the Ghost Realm. Even if the Shao clan was unwilling, they could only temporarily let the empress succeed the throne. It was precisely because the Zhou family understood this that they were able to take advantage of the Shao clan. Mr. Mei looked at Li Mu and said, "You are one of Her Majesty's people. I don't want you to misunderstand Her Majesty like others." Li Mu nodded and said solemnly, "I understand." Mr. Mei asked, "Besides these, do you have anything else you want to ask?" Li Mu thought for a while and asked, "It is said that the former crown prince likes men and that he and Her Majesty are only husband and wife on the surface. Is that true?" Chapter 236. Bang. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, Mr. Mei hit him on the head. Mr. Mei glared at him and said, "Didn't I tell you not to criticize Her Majesty? If other internal guards heard you, you would be hung up and beaten." Li Mu rubbed his head and said, "Isn't it right in front of you?" Mr. Mei snorted and said, "Not even in front of me." Li Mu shook his head and said, Okay, I won't ask any more." Gossiping was human nature. The higher a person's status was, the more people would gossip about them. Not only Li Mu, but many people in Luoyang were gossiping about this. "Okay, I've delivered Her Majesty's reward. I'm going back to the palace." Mr. Mei looked at him angrily and said, "Her Majesty is as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Don't talk about her behind her back. Not only can you not talk about her, but you can't let others talk about her either." Li Mu stood up straight and said seriously, "Yes, Your Majesty." He called her sister Mei all the time and it was not in vain. In the end, she answered Li Mu indirectly to satisfy his gossiping. A pure as ice and as pure as jade solved Li Mu's doubts. The fire of gossip was extinguished. Li Mu saw Zhang Chun standing at the door of the side hall and asked, "Sir, do you want to eat a pear? This pear is very sweet. It's the tribute pear given by Her Majesty." Zhang Chun walked out and asked, "What did you do? Why did Her Majesty suddenly reward you?" Li Mu said, "Nothing. Maybe there are too many tribute pears in Jiangyin County and Her Majesty can't finish them all." Hearing this, Zhang Chun looked at Li Mu and wanted to spit at him. Even if Her Majesty could not finish the tribute pears and wanted to reward the officials, there was no reason for her to skip over him, the magistrate of Luoyang, and reward the arrester of Luoyang. Moreover, Her Majesty rewarding a house and a box of pears were two completely different things. Because of their meritorious service, His Majesty had rewarded many people with residences. Although the value of this box of pears was very low and could not be compared to the official residence, it represented the emperor's heart. This meant that His Majesty still had Li Mu in his heart. Even if he did not make any contributions, His Majesty might still think of him when he woke up, slept, or ate. What kind of heavenly grace was this? Zhang Chun took a pear and took a bite. "What kind of tribute pear is this? It's so sour." He put the pear in his mouth, grabbed two more pears from the box with both hands and left. Xiao Bai chewed on the pear and said, "This pear is obviously very sweet. It's not sour at all." Li Mu, maybe he just happened to pick a sour one. He waved his hand at Wang Wu at the door and said, "These are the tribute pears bestowed by His Majesty. Take them and distribute them among your brothers." It was just a box of tribute pears, but it was a sharp weapon to win people's hearts. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could win over a wave of people's hearts for himself and Her Majesty. Mr. Mei was right. Many people criticized the process of the Empress seizing the throne. Even most of the officials in Great Zhou did not like to see a woman become the Empress. Li Mu said to the people who had been summoned by Wang Wu, "After eating, go out and patrol. If you find any illegal behavior that you can't handle, come to me." The constables each took a pear and said to Li Mu, "Thank you, boss." Li Mu waved his hand. "This is a reward from Her Majesty. If you want to thank someone, thank Her Majesty." Imperial Palace. Chengel Hall. In the void of the hall, there was a picture quietly flowing. The young female official snorted and said, "This person is rude to Her Majesty again. Why don't we take him to the internal guards and teach him a good lesson?" Mr. Mei came in from outside the hall. Seeing the scene of the Luoyang government and hearing the young female official's words, he already realized what had happened. He said, "Your Majesty, although Li Mu's words are a bit presumptuous, he is absolutely loyal to Your Majesty. He always protects Your Majesty and thinks that Your Majesty." The young female official said with a cold face, "If we don't teach him a good lesson this time, who knows what other offensive words he will say to Your Majesty in the future." The Empress looked calm as if she was not angry at all. She just said, Mei Wei, send him another box of tribute pears tomorrow. Mr. Mei bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. The young female official said angrily, Your Majesty. Your Majesty will leave first. Mr. Mei took her hand and pulled her out of the hall. The young female official shook off his hand and said unhappily, He was disrespectful to Your Majesty. Why are you always protecting him? Mr. Mei said to her, If Your Majesty wants to punish him, she will. We don't have to do anything about it. The young female official said angrily, What's so good about him? He was disrespectful to Your Majesty. You protect him and Your Majesty is so tolerant of him. Not only did she give him the tribute pears that Your Majesty likes to eat, but she also used the dark light technique to look at him. Her chest heaved up and down. Obviously she was very angry. For someone like her who worshipped the Empress, it was hard for her to accept all this. Shoo. Mr. Mei made a shushing gesture and said, It's because he was disrespectful to Your Majesty that Your Majesty treats him differently from others. The young female official frowned. Obviously she didn't understand what he meant. Mr. Mei explained, You're still young. There are some things that you don't understand. It's lonely at the top. When Your Majesty is in that position, everyone, including us, respects and fears her. After a long time Your Majesty will get tired. Sometimes what she needs is someone who disrespects her. The young female official said, What kind of twisted logic is that? Mr. Mei shook his head and said, Your Majesty didn't want to be in this position. She's much lonelier than we thought. In front of us she only shows one side, but in fact the side that she hides is the real her. Li Mu walked out of the government office. He looked up at the sky and scratched his head in confusion. Since just now he had a strange feeling that someone was spying on him in the dark. This feeling came and went. Li Mu searched for a long time but he couldn't find the source. In this situation either he had an illusion, or the spying person's cultivation was much higher than his and used a high-level magic like the art of mystic light. The latter was unlikely. Li Mu had the jade pendant given to him by the Empress. It could isolate heaven's secrets, block the calculations of transcendent cultivators, and also block the art of mystic light. After leaving the government office, this feeling disappeared completely. He patrolled the government office with Xiao Bai. At night, when he was sitting cross-legged on the bed to cultivate, sleepiness suddenly attacked him. Li Mu had experienced this feeling of sleepiness for no reason several times. He already knew what would happen next. Sure enough, after a mist appeared in front of him, the woman's figure appeared in front of Li Mu. She stretched out her hands and a whip appeared in her hands. It was a whip that Li Mu hadn't seen for a long time. Li Mu's eyelids twitched and his expression changed greatly. He immediately said, What do you want? The woman said indifferently, Nothing, I just want to exchange pointers with you. What exchange? It was clearly a one-sided trampling. Li Mu quickly stretched out his hand and said, Stop, even if you want to exchange pointers you don't have to use force. We can exchange pointers. The woman glanced at him and asked, What kind of grammar? Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, Do you know how to play Go? The woman said, I know a little about the rules. Li Mu closed his eyes and meditated. A stone table and 2 stone chairs appeared in front of them. A chessboard was carved on the stone table, and next to the chessboard was a chessboard. Li Mu picked up a black piece and placed it in the corner of the chessboard. He immediately said, It's your turn. In the dream, Li Mu couldn't beat her. He could only make a prompt decision and make the decision for her. Although Li Mu's Go skills weren't high, it was still easy for him to beat a rookie who knew a little about the rules. The woman glanced at Li Mu, picked up the white piece and placed it in another place. Li Mu sighed in relief. He suspected that today was a special day for her every month. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and made a prompt decision to avoid being trampled on by her. After a moment, the woman placed a single word and said to Li Mu, You lost. Li Mu stared blankly at the chessboard. Only then did he realize that what she said about knowing a little about the rules and what he understood were not the same at all. The woman looked at him and shook her head. It's boring to exchange pointers. Let's exchange pointers. Wait. Li Mu stretched out his hand again and said, 1 game doesn't mean anything. We'll win 2 out of 3 games? He closed his eyes and concentrated. The chessboard on the table suddenly changed, and the boundary between Chu and Han appeared. The woman looked at the strange chessboard and asked, What is this? Chinese chess. There was no such thing as Chinese chess in this world. Li Mu smiled and said, If you don't know how, I can teach you. The woman learned very quickly. Li Mu only explained the rules of Chinese chess to her once, and she was already able to move. Of course, after 20 moves she lost to Li Mu. Li Mu sighed in relief and clasped his fist. Thank you for letting me win. I admit it, the woman didn't even raise her head. She rearranged the pieces and said, again. Although it was a bit shameless to attack her weakness with his strength, Li Mu could only be shameless once in order to not be trampled on. This time the woman played very slowly. After 30 moves Li Mu frowned. He didn't expect her to learn so quickly. If this continued he was afraid that he would lose this game. He picked up a chess piece, thought for a moment and ate one of her pieces. The woman looked at him and asked, why can your pawn take 2 moves? Li Mu explained, you don't know, right? This pawn is an elite. It can take 2 moves. The woman didn't say anything and continued playing. Li Mu picked up a chess piece and ate another one of her pieces. The woman frowned. Why does your horse move, but not son? Li Mu explained, this is only a fine horse. It can move, The woman didn't say anything and moved the chess piece again. Li Mu's carriage turned and ate her piece. She looked up at Li Mu and asked, why doesn't your carriage go in a straight line? Li Mu smiled and asked, isn't it common knowledge that a carriage can turn? The woman was silent for a moment. She stretched out her hand and the whip appeared again. She stood up and looked at Li Mu. Show your weapon. Chapter 237. During breakfast, Xiaobai saw Li Mu's tired face and asked, Savior, did you not sleep well last night? Li Mu said listlessly, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare last night. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean, even if it was a woman he imagined. Li Mu did not know how he had offended her. She was fine last night, but then she turned hostile again and tormented Li Mu for most of the night. If it was just a night without sleep, it was nothing to Li Mu now. He could still be energetic if he did not sleep for 10 days or half a month. However, excessive mental exhaustion in the dream would also affect reality. Last night, he had fought more than 300 rounds with the inner demon. He had even mastered the use of the mantra a lot. Although he was a little mentally exhausted, he had gained a lot. After breakfast, he returned to the yamen with Xiaobai. Li Mu learned from Wang Wu that the Empress had sent another box of tribute pears early in the morning. Li Mu was a little confused. How did the Empress know that he liked pears? He was actually a little reluctant to share the tribute pears with everyone yesterday. He did not need to share this box of pears with them. He and Xiaobai would take it home to eat at night. After that, he returned to his room, changed into his official uniform, and went out to patrol while collecting psychokinesis. Cultivation after the omnipotent realm was much harder than he had imagined. Li Qing did not take long to advance from the omnipotent realm to the omnipotent realm. Although her talent was not as good as Li Mu's, she had already built a solid foundation after more than 10 years of accumulation. Li Mu adjusted his train of thought. After experiencing the rapid advancement, he was indeed a little impatient for success during this period of time. Although there were shortcuts in cultivation, pursuing them too much would also create hidden dangers for oneself. If Li Mu's mana was cultivated step by step like Li Qin, the inner demon would not have a chance to invade at all. He felt that his cultivation was slow, but it was actually only compared to before. In reality, to be able to enter the third realm of cultivation at such a young age was definitely not slow. Moreover, he had not been cultivating for long. Most cultivators would cultivate their entire lives and only reach the omnipotent realm. Li Mu originally wanted Xiaobai to stay in the yamen to cultivate, but she had to follow Li Mu on patrol. Li Mu did not know whether she simply wanted to stick to him or to be Lu Hanyan's spy. She wanted to follow Li Mu and keep an eye on him so that he did not flirt with other women. Li Mu had always been strictly abiding by Lu Hanyan's promise. In the 2 months in the Immortal's capital, apart from Xiao, Mr. Mei do not count. Although plum blossoms were flowers, Mr. Mei did not count. If she were a few years older, she would be old enough to be Li Mu's mother. After leaving the yamen, Li Mu walked along the main street, patrolling the area. The Immortal's capital was divided into districts called markets by the crisscrossing streets. So far, Li Mu had only been to less than 30% of the markets. There was no strict distinction between markets. Each market was both a residential area and a commercial area. In a market, residential, living, and entertainment functions were available. It could satisfy the daily needs of most people. These markets had different functions. Most of them were for the common people to live in, while the rest had their own functions. For example, the South Court and North Court, which occupied more than 10 markets, were for the rich and powerful. They were close to the palace and had the best location. The scenery was beautiful and the environment was quiet. There were also some high-end markets that were for the entertainment of the rich and powerful. Ordinary people could not afford them. Some high-end brothels, music halls, dance halls and restaurants would only appear in these markets. Different from other markets, the brothels here wouldn't have brothels and girls standing at the entrance to solicit customers. When the customers entered, they wouldn't get straight to the point. They would usually talk about life and dreams first, which would take a longer time and cost more money. As for music halls and dance halls, they were places where the cultured gathered. In the Immortal's capital, those who were qualified to be cultured were the rich. Li Mu heard this from Wang Wu. It was said that in some brothels, besides human women, there were also demons and ghosts. As long as one had enough money, they could satisfy all kinds of people's hobbies. The Immortal's capital was not a one-sided place. To some people it was hell, but to others it was heaven. The peaceful market that Li Mu and Xiao Bai were in was a high-end market that gathered brothels, music halls, dance halls and restaurants. There were not many ordinary people on the streets. There was an endless stream of carriages passing by. Those who passed by were either the rich and powerful or the young officials. The constables of the Immortal's capital liked this kind of market very much. This was because those who came in and out of these markets were all people of status. Many of them thought that they were cultured. This made these markets more orderly. There were very few cases, so there was no need to pay too much attention to them. Since he could not obtain more psyche power here, Li Mu still wanted to take root among the ordinary people. Just as he was about to leave with Xiao Bai, he heard a melodious tune. Li Mu stopped and stood on the street, listening carefully. This was not the first time Li Mu had heard this tune. When he was in the northern region, Lu Hanyan often played it for him. When he heard this tune, Li Mu began to miss her. Xiao Bai hugged her sword and listened for a while. She said, "Sister Lu played this tune before." Li Mu looked in the direction of the music. His gaze finally stopped in front of a music hall called Great Music Hall. Li Mu had heard this name many times from Lu Hanyan. When she was young, she was sold to a music hall by her parents. The name of the music hall was Great Music Hall. That was where she and Wan grew up. They had lived there for more than 10 years. Standing in front of the Great Music Hall, Li Mu suddenly wanted to go in and see the place where they used to live. He walked into the music hall. A beautiful girl came up to him and asked, "Do you want to listen to music?" Li Mu asked, "How many great music halls are there in the Immortal's capital?" The girl was stunned for a moment. Then she said, "Only one." There was only one great music hall in the Immortal's capital. Li Mu and Xiao Bai could not be wrong. He smiled at the girl and said, "Let's listen to music." The girl smiled and asked, "Do you have a musician you like? Would you like a musician to play for you in the private room or in the hall with the other guests?" Li Mu's family owned a music hall. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with the business model here. When they arrived at the music hall, the guests could listen to music in the hall according to the music hall's arrangement. They could also choose one or several musicians to play for them in the private room. Of course, the latter was more expensive. It usually cost dozens of taels of silver. Sitting in the hall and listening to music for 2 hours would cost at most a few taels of silver. An ordinary family's annual expenses were only 10 taels of silver. The expenses here were astronomical for ordinary people. Of course, to the rich people in the Immortal's capital, this was nothing. Li Mu certainly would not spend dozens of taels of silver to listen to a song. He decisively chose the latter. The girl smiled and said, "Please follow me." She led the two of them through a screen and into a hall. The music hall would arrange a fixed number of songs every day and charge according to the seats. The closer to the musicians, the more expensive the seats were. The seats in the back corner were the cheapest. Li Mu and Xiao Bai chose a seat in the middle. They ordered a pot of tea and a stack of pastries and preserved fruits. They sat in their seats and waited quietly. There were not many guests in the hall. There were only about a dozen of them. They all had extraordinary auras. Li Mu did not know any of them. He only knew a few of the children of the officials in the Immortal's capital. He did not know most of them. After all, many officials were very strict with their children. They would not let them run amok in the Immortal's capital. Li Mu naturally did not have the chance to know them. He looked at the stage in front of him. Not long ago, Lu Hanyan should have been there. He worked hard every day to save enough money for her freedom. Then he left the Immortal's capital and came to the North County, where he met Li Mu. The musicians had not yet gone on stage and the performance had not started. The guests below the stage occasionally chatted with each other. Miss Enin's skills are getting better and better. Listening to her play is a great enjoyment in life. Miss Enin has improved a lot in the past half year. Many people are here for her. Ever since Miss Hanyan left, the Great Music Bar has been promoting Miss Enin. In half a year she became the star of the Great Music Bar. Miss Hanyin is worthy of being the #1 musician in the Immortal's capital. Unfortunately, she suddenly disappeared a year ago and no one knows where she went. I also miss Miss Hanyin. Li Mu drank his tea. He did not expect to hear Lu Hanyin's name from these people. Wan said that she was proficient in all kinds of musical instruments and was very famous in the Immortal's capital. It was not an exaggeration at all. Lu Hanyin had never bragged about this. Li Mu also only knew about it now. Not long after, a woman hugged a Guqin and walked up to the stage. The discussions below gradually stopped. Zheng, when the sound of the Guqin entered their ears, their minds couldn't help but be shaken. Li Mu looked at the woman on the stage and smiled. Although it was his first time meeting Miss Yinin, he had heard about her many times from Lu Hanyin. This caused Li Mu to feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity even though it was his first time meeting her. In the music bar there were many small groups. Yinin and Lu Hanyin were close like sisters. Li Mu looked at her as if she was his sister-in-law. After the song ended, the woman on the stage stood up and bowed to the guests below. She said gently, "Thank you for coming." Yinin will take her leave. She walked down the stage and was about to leave with her Guqin. A young man sitting in the front row suddenly stood up and said, "Miss Yinin, I am from the 100 Rivers Academy. I have admired you for a long time. I hope you can give me a chance." Yinin hugged her Guqin and took 2 steps back. She apologized, "Young master, I am sorry. Yinin's status is lowly. I am not worthy of you," the young man said. "I am not marrying you as my wife. You can be my concubine." Yinin shook her head and said, "I am sorry. Yinin has no plans to marry." The young man took a step forward and said, "What's so good about playing for others here? If you follow me you will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Do you still need to suffer like this?" Yinin took 2 steps back and said hurriedly, "I like this place very much. I have no intention of leaving." A trace of anger appeared on the young man's face. He reached out and wanted to grab her wrist, but his shoulder was pressed down from behind. Li Mu used a little force and the young man was pulled behind him. The young man said angrily, "What are you doing?" Li Mu asked back, "What are you doing in broad daylight?" Li Mu's official uniform still had some effect. The young man said, "I am pursuing Miss Yinin." "What? Is this against the law?" Li Mu said, "It is not against the law to pursue a girl. But if you force her when she is unwilling, it is different." The young man frowned. Just as he was about to say something, someone ran over to him and whispered something in his ear. The young man's face changed. He glanced at Li Mu but didn't say anything and hurriedly left. Although he was in the academy, he had heard of the name Li Mu before. This was a complete lunatic who was not afraid of anything. Although he was not afraid of the constables of the Luoyang government, he did not want to provoke a lunatic. After the young man left, Miss Yinin was relieved. She put down her Guqin and bowed to Li Mu. She said gratefully, "Thank you for helping me out. It is my duty to protect the people of Luoyang." Li Mu smiled and looked at her. "Moreover, Hanyin's friends are my friends. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to the Luoyang government to find me." Although Lu Hanyin said that he was not allowed to fool around in Luoyang, standing up for her good sister could not be considered as fooling around. Moreover, as a constable, Li Mu had the duty to protect the people of Luoyang. Hearing Lu Hanyin's name, Miss Yinin was stunned. Then she looked up at Li Mu and asked in surprise, "Sir, do you know Sister Lu? Where is she now? Is she okay?" Li Mu said, "She and Wan are in the North County. They are both fine." Hearing Wan's name, Yinin did not have any doubts that the person in front of her knew Lu Hanyin. Her expression was a bit agitated and angry. She said, "She left without even saying goodbye. How can she be a good sister?" Lu Hanyin had mentioned this to Li Mu. Although her experience in the music house was a bit bumpy, she had made a few good friends in the past 10 years. She did not want to face the scene of parting. After redeeming herself, she left quietly with Wan without telling anyone. From Miss Yinin's reaction, the feelings between them should be sincere. Hearing Lu Hanyin's news, Yinin was clearly a little agitated. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She wiped her eyes and said, "They left without saying anything. They made me worry for so long. They're 2 weak women. What if they encounter bad people?" Li Mu's lips curled up. The 2 of them were no longer weak women. One had a purine body and the other had natural spirit eyes. They had countless treasures on them. Bad people were probably more afraid of meeting them. After a while, Yinin looked up at Li Mu and asked curiously, "Sir, how do you know Sister Hanyin?" Li Mu explained, "I was transferred from the North County to the Divine Capital a month ago. Before that, I was with Han Yin and Wan Wan in the North County. From his words, it seemed that he was very close to Sister Lu and Wan Wan. Enin looked at Li Mu and asked curiously, "May I ask what is the relationship between Sir and Sister Han Yin?" Li Mu smiled and said, "She is my fiancée." Enin exclaimed and covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with surprise and shock. After she came back to her senses, she did not even care about her zither and quickly ran backstage. In the hall, there were still some guests who had not left. When they heard the conversation between the two, most of them were stunned. No way Miss Han Yin is his fiancée? How is that possible? He must be talking nonsense. Is he worthy of Lady Lu? A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. You look so what if you're pretty? Is Miss Lu such a superficial person? Li Mu heard a clamor. These people looked at him with unkind eyes and there was a sour smell in the air. Soon there were messy footsteps from backstage. Enin ran out with a few girls. Where is Sister Han Yin's husband? Hey, don't push me. Let me see first. A few girls ran out from backstage and surrounded Li Mu. They sized him up from head to toe. He looks okay. He is worthy of Sister Han Yin. But he is a little young. He is at least 3 years younger than Sister Han Yin. Hey, a woman 3 years older than you. Age is not a problem, Enin coughed and said, "Be careful. Don't be rude to brother-in-law." One of the girls looked at Li Mu and said in disbelief, "Are you really Sister Han Yin's husband?" Li Mu said, "Not yet." The girl said, "How can you prove it?" Li Mu waved his hand and the images of Lu Han Yin and Wan Wan appeared in front of them. Our brother-in-law knows magic. It is Sister Han Yin and Wan Wan. Wan Wan, this little girl, why did her face become round again? Is brother-in-law a cultivator? No one dares to pester Sister Han Yin anymore. Li Mu's move completely shocked the girls and confirmed his identity. They immediately became well-behaved in front of Li Mu. "Hello, brother-in-law. I am Miao Miao. I am Xin Xin. I am 16. Brother-in-law, just call me Little 7. Lu Han Yin had entered the music house very early. Some of the girls in the same batch as her had already left. Some of them had taken advantage of their youth to marry into rich families as concubines. Some had even become someone else's mistress. Her age and qualifications were very high in the music house. After coming to the music house, she had a few more sisters-in-law. Feeling their sincere feelings, Li Mu was also happy for Lu Han Yin. He smiled at the girls and said, "Han Yin will come to the divine capital in about a year. You will be able to see her then. My name is Li Mu. I work in the divine capital. If you encounter any trouble, you can come to the divine capital to find me." Miao Miao's face was filled with doubt. She muttered, "Li Mu? I seem to have heard this name before." Soon she recalled something. Enin and the others were also shocked. Brother-in-law is Li Mu, the Li Mu who took care of those officials' children and caused a ruckus in the Ministry of Justice? Brother-in-law made the heavens strike Zhou Chu to death. He even scolded Assistant Minister Zhou in the Ministry of Justice. Oh my God, I was just watching the show outside the Ministry of Justice that day. Soon the girls' eyes began to sparkle as they looked at Li Mu. For more than a month, the people living in the divine capital might not have seen Li Mu, but they had definitely heard of his name. He took care of those rich kids, caused a ruckus in the Ministry of Justice, forced some officials to change the law, and abolished the silver for crimes. He had fundamentally sought the well-being of the people. He had avenged the wronged and caused the wrath of the heavens to strike Zhou Chu to death. He had gotten rid of a great evil for the divine capital. Countless people had seen it with their own eyes. Although they had never seen him, they were already filled with admiration for him. Enin's eyes widened. She looked at Li Mu and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you really that Li Mu?" Li Mu smiled. "There is only one person called Li Mu in the divine capital. Wow, brother-in-law is so powerful. Let's see who dares to pester and bully us in the future." Little 7 and 16 were the youngest. They were only 16 or 17 years old. They jumped up happily and pulled Li Mu's arm. They cheered and said, "We have a backer in the future." Xiaobai stood at the side and watched anxiously. However, these people were Sister Lu's friends, so she could only watch anxiously. Li Mu was not good at dealing with this kind of situation. He pulled his hands back and said, "All right, I still have to go out and patrol. If you encounter any trouble, remember to find me at the government office." Li Mu had stayed in the music house for a while. He bid farewell to the girls and left the wonderful sound pavilion with Xiaobai. "Brother-in-law, goodbye. Come here often to see us. We'll save the best spot for you. It's free." Enin looked at his back and said, I didn't expect Sister Hanyen to have found a husband. I'm really happy for her, Little Seven said. Brother-in-law is really powerful. That day outside the Ministry of Justice, I heard him scolding Assistant Minister Zhou in front of the Ministry of Justice. That's the Zhou family. Other than brother-in-law, who in the divine capital would dare to offend the Zhou family? 16's face was filled with happiness. She said, Hee, it's good that brother-in-law is powerful. Let's see who dares to bully us in the future. Although the status of musicians and performers in the hearts of people was better than prostitutes who used their beauty to entertain people, they were still inferior. Although there were many officials and nobles who came to the music house to listen to music, there were only a few who really looked up to them. As musicians, it was common to be harassed when they went out to play. Among them, some guests would be polite and some guests would be overboard. Many of the musicians who were not famous had been molested. There were even musicians who were sullied by guests when they were playing for guests alone in the pavilion. However, that guest had a powerful background and the music house could only let it go. As musicians, they had no sense of security. In fact, they were very envious of Sister Hanyen who could control her own fate. At this time, Xinxin suddenly thought of something and said, The female constable by brother-in-law's side is so beautiful. Even I can't help but like her, Miao Miao said. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Even those clothes can't hide her beauty. How can Sister Hanyen be at ease with leaving such a girl by brother-in-law's side? Little Seven thought about it and said, Brother-in-law is alone in the divine capital. We have to help Sister Hanyen keep an eye on him. We can't let other little vixens take brother-in-law away. Chapter 238. Ever since he lost to Li Mu in a game of chess, the woman in his dream flew into a rage out of humiliation and ravaged him. She had not appeared for several days. Her time of appearance was very irregular, and her emotions were also very complicated and changeable. Sometimes she was calm and sometimes she was manic. This caused Li Mu to be alarmed even before he slept. However, this woman was not as scary as the description of the inner demon in the book. Even though Li Mu could not defeat her in his dream, his mastery of various Tao techniques and supernatural powers was becoming more and more refined. Mantras and abhijna could be improved gradually through daily practice. However, there was a limit to this improvement. When fighting with others, the situation could change in an instant. No matter how skilled one was in daily practice, it was inevitable that one would be flustered in a real battle. Actual combat was the best way to improve one's strength. However, actual combat meant danger. In reality, when one was fighting with one's life, all of one's previous efforts would be for naught if they failed once. In the past, Li Mu had Su He to teach him moves. Now that they were separated, Li Mu also lost an opponent who could train him. Until he met the woman in his dream. Dreams were illusory. No matter what happened in the dream, it would not affect reality. However, experience in fights of magical powers was really accumulating. He could completely use the inner demon as his own whetstone to help him increase his experience in fighting enemies. After thinking this through, Li Mu looked forward to her appearance. Unfortunately, his inner demon was different. Whether it appeared or not was completely a probability event. There was no rule to speak of. In the morning, he and Xiao Bai patrolled more than a dozen markets and only mediated a few neighborhood disputes. The two of them ate outside. When they passed by the great music lane, they came in and sat for a while. Lu Hanyan's former sisters were very enthusiastic about Li Mu. Xiao Bai looked at them nervously. Is Sister Hanyen still like before, only eating a little every day? One must have gained weight, right? Sister Hanyen said that she would open her own music lane in the future. Did she open it in the end? The few of them surrounded Li Mu and asked all sorts of questions about Lu Hanyen. Li Mu answered them one by one. Yining said with some envy, I really envy Sister Hanyen. She is finally living the life she wants. Li Mu, if you want, that's fine too. Chimey shook its head and said, after Sister Hanyen redeemed herself and left, the business was greatly affected. If we redeem ourselves now, it won't be so easy. The owner won't let us go so easily. XAN also said, we also can't earn as much money as Sister Hanyen. In order to redeem herself, she played for 12 hours a day. She really didn't even care about her life. Li Mu felt a little distressed. He knew that Lu Hanyen had suffered all these years, but he didn't expect it to be so bitter. She looked weak, but she was actually very stubborn. As long as she set her mind on something, no matter how difficult it was, she would persevere and complete it. And once she made a decision, very few people could make her change her mind. After a while, two figures came down from upstairs. The two girls said happily, we are going to play together later. Brother-in-law, do you want to stay and watch? Li Mu, no, I still have work to do. I will leave in a while. The two girls revealed a disappointed expression. Li Mu noticed that Little Seven's forehead was bruised. He asked, "What happened to your forehead?" Little Seven lowered her head and shook it. "It's fine." Chimey and XNXIN's lips trembled, but they didn't say anything in the end. Li Mu sensed that something was amiss and asked, "What happened?" The girls lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Only the youngest, 16, said angrily, "It's all because of that Jiangzhe." He ordered Sister Little Seven to play a solo in the private room and wanted to force himself on Sister Little Seven. Luckily, we heard Sister Little Seven's shout and rushed in to stop him. Sister Little Seven's head hit the headboard and was bleeding. Li Mu asked, "Didn't you report it to the authorities?" Chimey sighed. The owner reported it to the authorities. Then the Ministry of Justice came and took Jiangzhe away. We saw him walk out of the Ministry of Justice with our own eyes. The Ministry of Justice didn't dare to offend the Academy. Li Mu frowned. "Why didn't you come to me?" 16 lowered her head and touched her fingertips. She whispered, "Jiangzhe is a student of the Academy. Sister Enin said that we can't offend the Academy. She didn't want us to cause trouble for brother-in-law." After coming to Luoyang, Li Mu was least afraid of trouble. On the contrary, he was afraid of no trouble at all. These days, the psychokinesis he obtained from the people had been decreasing day by day. He just needed to do something to bring him back to the people's sight. Li Mu's face darkened. He said, "How dare they protect such a villain? Come, follow me to the Ministry of Justice." Little Seven looked up at him and shook her head. "Forget it, brother-in-law. I'm fine." Li Mu said, "No, we can't just let this go. Otherwise people will bully you in the future." Chimey sighed and persuaded Li Mu. "We are of low status and have long been used to it. The Luoyang now is not the Luoyang of the past. They won't dare to go too far." Li Mu shook his head. "If I don't do anything while you are bullied, how am I going to explain it to Sister Lu? Don't be afraid. It's just the Ministry of Justice. With me here, justice will be served." Little Seven said, "Brother-in-law," Li Mu asked, "don't you trust me?" Little Seven bit her lips and finally said, "I'll listen to brother-in-law." Under the lead of Li Mu and Xiao Bai, a group of people walked out of Great Music Lane and went to the Ministry of Justice. After a while, a middle-aged woman ran out of Great Music Lane and said in fear, "It's over, it's over. These ignorant girls want to kill me." As a constable, Li Mu's duty was to clean up all the injustices in the Luoyang. Even if Little Seven wasn't Lu Hanyan's sister, he wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Moreover, Lu Hanyan's sister was his sister. Otherwise, when she came to the Luoyang in the future, how could Li Mu raise his head in front of her? It would have been more convenient for the Luoyang government to take over this case. However, Li Mu thought about it. Lord Zhang was from the Academy. If it involved the Academy's case, it might be difficult for him. Moreover, this case was clearly a hot potato. After coming to the Luoyang, Li Mu had caused enough trouble for Lord Zhang. Lord Zhang had treated him well. If he threw this big trouble to him, it would be too inhumane. When Li Mu walked on the streets, he would attract a lot of attention. Many people even went up to greet him. When he walked through the streets with a few beautiful girls, 100% of the people turned to look at him. Some of the Luoyang citizens couldn't help but ask, "Constable Li, where are we going?" Li Mu replied, "The Ministry of Justice." When the crowd heard that, they perked up. There was going to be a good show to watch. Ever since Constable Li came to the Luoyang, they had gotten used to the bustle. They weren't used to it after so many days of peace. For a moment, the citizens who had nothing to do followed Li Mu to the Ministry of Justice from afar. When the butcher on the street saw this, he slammed his boning knife on the chopping board and said to the waiter of the tea house next door, "Watch my stall. I'm going to watch the show." Although the waiter of the tea house also wanted to watch the show, if he left, the shopkeeper would definitely deduct his money. When he turned back to look at the counter, he realized that the shopkeeper was gone. At the entrance of the Ministry of Justice's yamen. When the two gatekeepers saw the crowd of citizens heading toward the Ministry of Justice, led by Li Mu from the Luoyang yamen, they immediately felt a headache coming on. They turned around and ran into the yamen without hesitation. Li Mu walked to the entrance of the Ministry of Justice, bent down, picked up the drumstick and hit the drum hard. Inside the Ministry of Justice, the director of the Ministry of Justice was drinking tea. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea. He put down the teacup, stood up and said angrily, "Who's hitting the drum outside?" Although the drum outside the Ministry of Justice was for the citizens to cry out their grievances, it didn't make much noise on normal days. The sound of the drum was annoying. It was fine if it interrupted the director of the Ministry of Justice's work, but if he was in the middle of an important activity and was startled by the drum, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Yamen had a rule that anyone who wanted to hit the drum would be stopped and interrogated. If they had any grievances, they would have to talk about it. The director of the Ministry of Justice's pants were wet. When he saw the gatekeeper running in, he said angrily, "What are you doing? Why didn't you stop someone from hitting the drum?" The gatekeeper said in distress, "Sir, the one who hit the drum is Li Mu. I didn't dare to stop him." The director of the Ministry of Justice was shocked. "What? What's Li Mu doing here again?" After the incident with Zhou Chu, he gave up on the idea of avenging his humiliation on Li Mu. He could even summon the heavenly lightning to help him. This ability was too terrifying. The officials of the Ministry of Justice privately called him the Lightning King. He didn't have to pay with his life even if he killed someone. After all, the heavens were the scapegoat. Who would dare to make the heavens pay with their life? The director of the Ministry of Justice had cultivated for 30 years, but he was only at the 4th level. He couldn't take more than a few purple heavenly lightning strikes. The director of the Ministry of Justice quickly said, "Go out and tell him that I'm not here. Tell him to go back." Li Mu walked in from outside and said, "Sir Yang, how can you be like this? The crime of neglecting your duty is not light." The director of the Ministry of Justice looked at Li Mu, who was still holding the drumstick in his hand. He knew that he couldn't avoid it today. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What are you doing here?" Li Mu said, "I want to report a case." In the court of the Ministry of Justice, the director of the Ministry of Justice sat above and asked Li Mu, as the constable of the Divine Capital, "Why didn't you report a case to the Divine Capital? Why did you come to the Ministry of Justice?" Li Mu said, "Because this case is related to the Ministry of Justice." Li Mu held Xiaoqi's hand and said, "This morning Jiangzhe, a student of the 100 River Academy, wanted to rape my sister in the Great Music Lane. He was stopped and handed over to the Ministry of Justice. However, the Ministry of Justice let him go." "Sir, don't you have an explanation for this?" The director of the Ministry of Justice glanced at him and said, "He didn't succeed. I've already reprimanded him. What else do you want?" Li Mu's face darkened. He asked, "Sir Yang, you're the director of the Ministry of Justice. You should know that the crime of attempted rape is not much lighter than rape. How can the Ministry of Justice let him go so easily?" The director of the Ministry of Justice said, "According to Jiangzhe, he was confused for a moment after drinking and then realized it himself. According to the law, Jiangzhe took the initiative to stop the violence. This is not considered attempted rape. Is my judgment wrong?" Li Mu said, "Sir, don't you think it's a bit hasty to close the case based on Jiangzhe's one-sided statement?" The director of the Ministry of Justice said indifferently, "I'm the director of the Ministry of Justice. You're just a small constable. Do I need you to teach me how to judge a case?" "Well." Li Mu pointed at the director of the Ministry of Justice and said loudly, "As an official of the Ministry of Justice, it's bad enough that you don't make decisions for the people. How can you be in cahoots with such a villain?" He pointed at the top of his head and said angrily, "Damned God, if you have eyes, you can punish such a muddle-headed official." The director of the Ministry of Justice's expression changed drastically. He jumped down from the table and covered Li Mu's mouth. He said in horror, "Let's talk nicely. Constable Li, don't do this." Chapter 239. Li Mu was just putting on an act. He glanced at the director and said, "It was you who didn't talk to me properly first?" The director wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "It's just a small case. There's no need to trouble the heavens." "It's not necessary, really not necessary," Li Mu said seriously. "Perhaps it's just a small case to you, sir. But to me it concerns my sister's innocence and even her life. Do you think it's not necessary?" The director said awkwardly, "When did you have a sister?" Li Mu said calmly, "I just recognized her as my sworn sister." "Let's talk about it slowly." The director pointed at a constable and said, "Bring a chair for Constable Li." After going through so many things, he completely understood. Li Mu did not purposely go against the old party. Today he dared to make a scene in the Ministry of Justice and offend the old party. Tomorrow he dared to offend the new party and strike the disciples of the Zhou family into pieces. He did not belong to any party or power. He was just a reckless young man who did not care about his life. He had no grudges with Li Mu in the past. It was just a small conflict. There was no need for him to risk his life. The constable brought a chair. After Li Mu sat down, the director said, "I was wrong just now. Don't take it to heart, Constable Li. Jiangzhe is a student of the academy. The Academy has a high status. Without the Academy's permission, if the Ministry of Justice detained their student, I would not be able to withstand the pressure from the people, the Imperial Court and other parties. Li Mu asked, "Are you going to let such a villain go unpunished because you're worried about offending people?" The director thought for a while and suddenly said, "Luoyang Magistrate Zhang Chun is upright and outspoken. He is not afraid of the powerful. Why don't the Ministry of Justice send this case to the Luoyang government?" "You can do whatever you want," Li Mu said. "Since the Ministry of Justice has already made a judgment, I don't think it's a good idea to pass it on to the Luoyang government. If the files are messed up, wouldn't a simple case become more complicated?" The director of the Ministry of Justice sighed and said, "Your sister is only slightly injured. Why does Arresterly have to offend the Academy? The Academy is very protective of its own people and has many connections. There is no benefit in offending them." "I'm doing this for your own good." Little Seven tugged at Li Mu's sleeves and whispered, "Brother-in-law, forget it." Li Mu didn't want to let it go, but seeing that Little Seven was about to cry, he could only bring them back first. The director of the Ministry of Justice stood at the entrance of the Yamen and waved at Li Mu. "Constable Li, take care." After sending the God of Plagues away, he walked back to the Yamen and heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice standing in the courtyard, he bowed slightly and said, "Assistant Minister Zhou." Zhou Zhong asked, "How was it?" The director of the Ministry of Justice let out a long sigh and said, "I understand now. Arrester Li is a person who can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you were to be tough with him, he would be tougher than you. Moreover, he is not afraid of anyone. Fortunately, he is not in the Ministry of Justice. Otherwise, the Ministry of Justice would be in chaos because of him." Zhou Zhong said, "I'm asking you, what do you think of Li Mu as a person?" The director of the Ministry of Justice thought for a while and said, "I used to think that he was arrogant and annoying. Now I think he is actually quite amazing. The things that he does are things that others don't dare to do." Zhou Zhong smiled and walked into the Yamen with his hands behind his back. The director of the Ministry of Justice followed behind him and said, "The case of the Great Music Workshop is just a small case. However, something big happened in Danyang County. The county magistrate of Ani County under Danyang County suddenly died in his home. After the investigation, the Danyang County government found out that he was assassinated." "Assassinated?" Zhou Zhong raised his eyebrows and asked, "What about the county magistrate of Ani?" The director of the Ministry of Justice shook his head and said, "I don't know. Sir, you suspect that he is a heartless official who oppresses the people. This caused the righteous people to be dissatisfied and thus caused the death of his life?" Zhou Zhong nodded and said, "It's hard to say whether it's true or not. First, send someone to the Ministry of Personnel to get the resume of the county magistrate of Ani." On the streets of Luoyang, Xiaoqi lowered his head and pinched the corner of his clothes. He whispered, "Brother-in-law, you won't blame me, right?" Li Mu sighed and said, "I know that you are doing this for my own good. However, this will only encourage the unhealthy trend in Luoyang." Yinyin advised Li Mu, "Brother-in-law, you have just arrived in Luoyang not long ago. You don't know how important the academy is in Luoyang and the Great Zhou. For generations, all the officials in the imperial court came from the academy. The people also respect and trust the academy. If you offend the academy, they can easily ruin your future." Xiaoqi and Yinyin were all thinking for him. Li Mu could not reprimand them. After sending them back to the Great Music Bar, he returned to the government office with Xiao Bai. In the Great Music Lane, the middle-aged woman pointed at their heads and scolded angrily, "How powerful do you think my background is? Is the Ministry of Justice a place where you can mess around? Every single one of you has no conscience. Will you only stop after I close my shop and send me to prison?" She slapped their butts and said, "I am still counting on you to make money. Go back to your rooms. In the future, play a solo in the accord room. Don't close the door." When Li Mu returned to the government office, he saw Zhang Chun pacing back and forth in the yard. Seeing Li Mu return, Zhang Chun asked, "Do you have any more pears?" Li Mu asked, "Sir, don't you think the gong pears are sour?" Zhang Chun said, "This official likes to eat sour food." Li Mu placed the gong pears in the flask heaven ring. He flipped his hand and a pear appeared in his palm. He handed it to Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun had seen Li Mu's flask heaven magic treasure on the day of Zhou Chuxing's death. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he could not help but sigh at the difference between people. Her Majesty's grace to him was truly meticulous and meticulous, from the moment he was young to the moment he was young. He took the pear and said, "Don't be so stingy. Give me another one." Li Mu threw him another one. Zhang Chun did not eat it. He just put it in his sleeve. Li Mu asked, "Sir, did anything happen in the imperial court today?" "It's nothing serious." Zhang Chun recalled and said, "Her Majesty wanted to reduce the number of students in the academy. She was opposed by Baichuan and Qingyun Academy. The deputy dean of Baichuan Academy directly scolded Her Majesty in the imperial court. He said that Her Majesty wanted to overturn Emperor Wen's achievements and destroy the accumulation of great Zhou over the past 100 years. He reminded Her Majesty not to become a sinner. Although the academy could not participate in politics, a few of the higher-ups in the academy could attend the imperial court. This was a rule set during the reign of Emperor Wen. Because of their superior status and no interest involved, they could even criticize the emperor when they met a fatuous emperor. This was also the power granted to them by Emperor Wen." Li Mu asked, "What did Her Majesty say?" Zhang Chun shook his head and said, "Her Majesty said nothing." It seemed that Mr. Mei was right. The Empress was indeed a broad-minded and wise ruler. She could still remain silent even after being criticized like this. But even if the Empress could tolerate it, Li Mu couldn't. Since he already knew, he could not pretend that nothing had happened. He had to share the burden of the ruler. The Empress was humiliated. If he did not do something for the Empress, he would be too ashamed to eat the tribute pears she rewarded him. Li Mu thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Sir, if someone attempted to rape a woman, how should he be punished?" Zhang Chun asked, "Was he stopped midway or stopped by himself?" Li Mu said, "The woman resisted and attracted others to stop him." Zhang Chun said, "The punishment for attempted rape is 100 beatings. Generally, the punishment is more than 3 years and less than 10 years in prison. In serious cases, the punishment is death by beheading." Li Mu said, "There was an attempted rape case in Chengdu just now." Zhang Chun asked, "Did you catch him?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No." Zhang Chun glared at him and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Go and catch him." Li Mu held a fist and palm salute and said, "Yes, sir." "Wait." He was about to leave when Zhang Chun suddenly stopped him. He looked at Li Mu suspiciously and asked, "Is the person you're talking about a disciple of the Zhou family?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No." Zhang Chun touched his chin and said, "Then it's the Shao royal family." Li Mu shook his head again and said, "No." "Is he an influential person in Chengdu?" "No." "Is he a disciple of an official of the 4th rank or above?" "No." Zhang Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "What are you waiting for? Go and catch him. I hate criminals who rape women the most. The imperial court should really change the law and execute all these people once and for all." After a moment, Wang Wu and Li Mu came out of the government office and asked, "Boss, where are we going to catch him?" Li Mu said, 100 Rivers Academy." Wang Wu was stunned and asked, "Where?" Li Mu looked at him and asked, "You've lived in Chengdu for more than 20 years. Do you know where 100 Rivers Academy is?" Wang Wu immediately explained, "Of course I know where 100 Rivers Academy is. But boss, the academy doesn't allow outsiders to enter. We can't even enter the academy's gate, let alone catch him." Li Mu frowned. The academy was not the Ministry of Justice. There were countless experts there. Breaking into the academy was not much easier than breaking into the ancestral court of Fulu School. Li Mu was not arrogant enough to break into the academy. He thought for a moment and turned to walk into the government office. Wang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that even the fearless boss knew that the academy was not to be trifled with. Soon, he saw Li Mu come out of the government office again, but he had changed his official uniform into a regular one. Wang Wu scratched his head and asked, "Boss, we haven't opened the government office yet. What are you?" After a moment, at the gate of 100 Rivers Academy. Li Mu had just approached the gate when an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man reached out to stop him and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing at the academy?" The academy was indeed an academy. Even the guards at the gate were in the divine power realm. Li Mu smiled and said, "I'm Jiangzhe's relative. I have something important to tell him." The old man said expressionlessly, "Those who are not students of the academy are not allowed to enter. If you have something to say, I'll pass it on for you." Li Mu shook his head and said, "This is very important. I have to tell him personally. I don't have to enter the academy. I just have to ask Jiangzhe to come out." Chapter 240. After the old man entered the academy, Li Mu waited outside the academy. The 100 Rivers Academy was located in the southern district of the divine capital. It covered a large area. The road in front of the academy could accommodate 4 carriages at the same time. There was a stone tablet in front of the academy. It was engraved with the words 100 Rivers to the Sea. It was said that it was written by Emperor Wen himself. Standing in front of the academy's gate, a magnificent aura hit him in the face. Li Mu wouldn't have such a feeling just by looking at a door. There must be a formation covering the academy. Li Mu waited outside for a quarter of an hour. During this time, students came in and out from time to time. Li Mu noticed that when they entered the academy and walked through the gate, there was an obscure fluctuation of spirit energy on them. Obviously, the gate of the academy was a powerful formation. The students of the academy should have something to verify their identity. If outsiders came close, they would be blocked outside by the formation. Li Mu waited for a while more. The old man he saw just now finally came out with a young student. Jiangzhe looked around but did not see a familiar face. He turned around and asked, "You said that my relative is here. Where is he?" The old man pointed at Li Mu and said, "This person said that he is your relative and has something important to tell you. Why, you don't know him?" "No." Jiangzhe walked in front of Li Mu and asked, "Who are you and why are you looking for me?" Li Mu said, "Your family asked me to bring you something." Jiangzhe was puzzled. "What is it?" Li Mu stretched out his hand. A light flashed and a chain appeared in his hand. There was a collar at the front of the chain. Jiangzhe was still staring blankly at the thing in Li Mu's hand when the collar suddenly opened. It wrapped around his neck and closed again. The shackles of the yamen were partly prepared for ordinary people and partly for demonic ghost cultivators. Although this chain was not a powerful magic weapon, it had no problem locking down low-level demonic ghosts and cultivators of the lower 3 realms. When they were locked by the chain, they could not use their magic power. Jiangzhe's cultivation was only in the soul condensation realm. By the time he reacted, Li Mu had already put the iron chain around his neck. The old man with the divine arts reacted much faster. He noticed that something was wrong and instantly appeared here. He glared at Li Mu and said furiously, "Junior, what are you doing?" Li Mu took out the token on his waist and waved it in front of the old man, saying, "100 Rivers Academy's Li Mu failed to rape an innocent girl. Shundu Yamen arrestor Li Mu, ordered to arrest the criminal." The old man said with a gloomy face, "He's a student of the academy. Let him go immediately." Li Mu snorted and said, "Luoyang is the Great Zhou's capital, not the academy's. If anyone breaks the law, the governor's office has the right to punish them." The old man glared at Li Mu and did not say anything more. He reached out to grab the chain in Li Mu's hand. Li Mu grabbed the chain with one hand and grabbed the air with the other. A fulu appeared in his hand. He looked at the old man and said coldly, "Using violence to threaten a public servant and obstructing official business. Even if I kill you in front of the academy today, I won't have to take responsibility." The old man stopped in his tracks and looked at the fulu in Li Mu's hand. He was afraid and did not dare to step forward. There were teachers in the academy who were proficient in the fulu. He knew what the purple cloud thunder charm looked like. The charm's power was not ordinary. If he was hit by it, even if he did not die, he would lose half his life. Seeing the old man retreat, Li Mu dragged Jiangzhe with the iron chain and swaggered towards the yamen. Jiangzhe was dragged by Li Mu. His face was full of panic and he shouted, "Save me!" The old man gritted his teeth and went back into the academy. In a classroom in the academy, the gray-haired old man stopped teaching and frowned. "What? You said Jiangzhe was taken away by the Luoyang Yamen?" The old man said, "He said Jiangzhe was related to a case and wanted to bring him back to the yamen for investigation." The gray-haired old man threw down the book and said angrily, "How dare they? Since when did they have the right to interfere in the academy's matters?" He waved his sleeves and said in a deep voice, "Follow me to the Luoyang Yamen." The Baichuan Academy was not far from the yamen. Li Mu dragged Jiangzhe on the street and attracted many people's attention. Many people greeted Li Mu every day and were already familiar with him. They approached him and asked, "Constable Li, what crime did this man commit?" Li Mu said, "Attempted rape of a woman. You have to take this as a warning and obey the law." That person quickly said, "We won't do such a thing even if we're beaten to death. This guy is dressed like a dog, but I didn't expect him to be a beast." Another person said, "Look at his clothes. He's definitely not from an ordinary family. I wonder which family he's from in Luoyang." He accidentally fell into Constable Li's hands again. There seemed to be 3 vertical blue ripples on the chest of his clothes. 3 blue ripples? Isn't that the symbol of the Baichuan Academy? Is he a student of the Baichuan Academy? Yes, he's a student of the Baichuan Academy. He's wearing the academy uniform. Li Mu dragged Jiangzhe away. The people were still talking behind them. The academy had a high status in the hearts of the people. It was a place that nurtured talents for the country. For more than 100 years, the academy students had contributed a lot to the great show. How can a student of the Baichuan Academy be a rapist? Do you think Constable Li caught the wrong person? The person caught by Constable Li can't be wrong. He provoked the old faction and killed Director Zhou. It's only been a few days. Why is Constable Li at odds with the academy again? What's wrong with the academy? If someone from the academy breaks the law, he has to be punished by the law. I'm worried that the academy will cover for him. The academy is a place that educates and cultivates talents for the country. How can it cover for a rapist? Your worries are unnecessary. How can there be such an academy? Li Mu brought Jiangzhe back to the government office. Zhang Chun had been waiting in the court for a long time. When he saw Jiangzhe, he was stunned and asked, "This is the rapist?" Li Mu nodded and said, "That's him." Zhang Chun's face darkened. He said, "He's well dressed. I didn't expect him to be a beast." After snorting coldly, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He muttered, "Why do I find his clothes familiar? I think I've seen them somewhere before." Wang Wu reminded him, "This is the uniform of the Baichuan Academy." Zhang Chun suddenly understood and said, "I remember. When I was still in the Scroll Academy, the students of the Baichuan Academy wore this kind of clothes during the competition of the 4 academies. It turns out that he's from the Baichuan Academy." The Baichuan Academy? Zhang Chun stared at Li Mu with wide eyes and said angrily, "He's from the Baichuan Academy. Why didn't you tell me?" Li Mu said innocently, "Your Excellency didn't ask." Zhang Chun was speechless for a moment. He asked the dignitaries, the old party and the new party, but he didn't mention the academy. It was not that he didn't think of it, but he thought that even if Li Mu was bold, he should know the status of the academy in the hearts of the officials and the people. Even His Majesty had to respect the academy. Who did he think he was? Could he ride on His Majesty's back? Li Mu said, "Your Excellency, Zhang once said that everyone is equal in front of the law. Anyone who commits a crime must be punished by the law. Your Excellency has always been my role model. Do you think that the students of the academy are above the people and can get away with it if they commit a crime?" Zhang Chun's old face turned red. He coughed softly and said, "Of course I didn't mean that, but you should at least tell me in advance so that I can be mentally prepared." Li Mu said, "I thought that in your eyes, there are only law-abiding and law-breaking people. There is no distinction between the common people and the students of the academy." Zhang Chun sighed, "But," Li Mu asked, "don't you think so, Your Excellency?" Zhang Chun's expression turned serious. He said, "Of course I think so. Everyone is equal in front of the law. Even the students of the academy must be punished if they are punished." As soon as he finished speaking, several figures walked in from outside. The leader was a gray-haired old man. Behind him were several students who were also wearing the uniform of the 100 Rivers Academy. Jiangzhe looked at the old man with hope on his face. He shouted, "Sir, save me." Zhang Chun walked up to the old man and cupped his fists. He said, "I'm Zhang Chun of the Divine Capital. May I know who you are?" The old man in luxurious clothes said lightly, "My surname is Fang. I'm an instructor of the 100 Rivers Academy." Zhang Chun said, "So it's Sir Fang. I've heard so much about you." The old man in luxurious clothes went straight to the point. "May I know what crime my student has committed for you to detain him in the yamen, Sir Zhang?" Zhang Chun said, "This person attempted to rape a woman. Although he failed, he must be punished by the law." The old man in luxurious clothes said, "Jiangzhe is a student of the academy. The academy will punish him for his mistake. There's no need for the yamen to do it." Zhang Chun shook his head. He didn't make a mistake. He broke the law. The old man in luxurious clothes asked, "May I ask if he ever succeeded in raping a woman?" Zhang Chun shook his head. "No." The old man in luxurious clothes said, "If that's the case, how can you say he broke the law?" Zhang Chun didn't explain this time, so the old man thought that he had nothing to say. He grabbed the iron chain around Jiangzhe's neck and pulled with force. The iron chain was torn apart by him. He glanced at Jiangzhe and said coldly, "You disgraceful thing. Scram back to the academy immediately and accept your punishment." Jiangzhe shuddered and quickly stood in the midst of the students. The old man glanced at Zhang Chun and said, "Sorry to disturb you." With that said, he led the group away from the yamen. From beginning to end, Li Mu did not stop them. With his understanding of Zhang Chun, it was hard to say if Jiangzhe had not entered the yamen. Once he entered, it would not be easy for him to leave. Even if he left now, he would have to return sooner or later. This is too much. As soon as the old man left, Zhang Chun pointed at the door and shouted, "How dare they barge into the yamen and kidnap a criminal in broad daylight? Do they have no respect for the law? Does His Majesty even exist? I'll write a memorial to His Majesty." Chapter 241. The longer Li Mu knew Zhang Chun, the more he realized that Zhang Chun had many tricks up his sleeve despite his thick eyebrows and big eyes. If he insisted on not letting Jiangzhe go, the academy's instructor would not dare to snatch Jiangzhe from the yamen. The academy's status was superior, but it did not mean that its students were above the law. The instructor would only dare to take Jiangzhe away if he pretended to be afraid of the academy. When he took Jiangzhe away, he gave the yamen enough reason to do so. But by doing so he would offend the Baichuan Academy. Li Mu reminded him, "Sir, aren't you afraid of the academy?" Zhang Chun spat and said, "What's there to be afraid of? This is the government office. If I let him take him away so easily, I will lose face. Where will the law and His Majesty's face be?" Li Mu felt that Zhang Chun was going to throw caution to the wind. Lord Zhang, who used to be as timid as a mouse, had now become as hot-headed as Li Mu. What had he experienced? Outside the Luoyang Yamen, the people who were attracted saw the people from the academy barge into the yamen and walk out after a while. Jiangzhe, who was handcuffed by Li Mu, was also in the crowd and could not help but be shocked. He's out just like that? Raping a woman is such a serious crime. He's out just like that? What else can he do? You know what kind of place the academy is and how many connections they have in the imperial court. Not to mention rape, even murder and arson. As long as the academy protects them, nothing will happen. The people could not understand what they saw with their own eyes. The academy had a high status in the hearts of the people. For 100 years, the academy had been sending talents to the imperial court. Most of the 36 counties in the Great Zhou, including the Luoyang, were governed by the academy's students. The academy had contributed greatly. The 4 major academies in the Luoyang were respected by the people, be it the instructors or the students. They only saw the academy's glory, but rarely saw this side of the academy. The Baichuan Academy. The old man in fine clothes who had returned to the academy looked at Jiangzhe and snorted. He said angrily, "Bastard." Jiangzhe hurriedly knelt down and said, "Teacher, this student was wrong. This student will never dare to do it again." The old man said, "This old man has saved you this time. If there's a next time, you'll have to fend for yourself." Jiangzhe repeatedly promised, "I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again." The old man coldly looked at him and said, "If you were a bit more diligent in your cultivation, you wouldn't have been so easily taken down by a Jushin officer. Don't go out to drink and have fun. Spend your time on cultivation. If you still can't reach the Jushin level in a year, then get the hell out of the academy." After the old man finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Jiangzhe heaved a sigh of relief and whispered, "That was close." A student beside him smiled at him and said, "Didn't you do this kind of thing smoothly before? How come you almost fell into the gutter this time?" Jiangzhe said hatefully, "It was fine this time. I even went to the Ministry of Justice and still came back. It's all that damned constable's fault. He almost ruined my future. This debt, I'll settle it sooner or later." The student said, "It's just a constable. When you leave the academy next year and get a good position in the divine capital, there will be plenty of ways to kill him." Crepe Myrtle Hall. There wasn't anything important to discuss in today's morning court. After the 6 assistant ministers reported their work, the young female official walked out from behind the curtain and said, "If there is nothing else, then today's morning court will end here." The officials put away their tablets and were about to leave when a voice suddenly came from the back of the hall. "Your Majesty, this official has a memorial." Everyone couldn't help but look at the back. During the morning court, the officials stood according to their ranks. Those standing at the back were usually the lowest-ranking officials. When they came to the court, they were just going through the motions. Very few of them would take the initiative to speak. At the end of everyone's line of sight, at the entrance of Crepe Myrtle Hall, an official in the second-last row stood up. It was the first time for most of the officials in the hall to see him. The official took a few steps forward and came to the center of the hall. He bowed and said, "I'm Zhang Chun of the Divine Capital. I have something important to report." When he reported his official position, many people in the hall realized that he was Zhang Chun. The abolition of the silver in lieu of crime was due to the letter he had sent. The children of several officials in the hall had all suffered under his hands. He had only been in the divine capital for a few months, but he had been promoted twice. He even had the right to discuss matters in the court. He had stepped on these officials. The young female official stood at the top and said calmly, "Report." Zhang Chun raised his head and said, "Instructor Fang of the Baichuan Academy forced his way into the Yamen 3 days ago and took away a criminal from the divine capital Yamen. This case involves the Academy, so I dare not make a judgment. Your Majesty, please make a decision." As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the court. No one had expected that Zhang Chun would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. He had just proposed to abolish the substitute silver last time, and now he was accusing the Academy. No wonder Li Mu of the divine capital Yamen was so arrogant. He had a superior who was even more arrogant than him. It had been so many years since someone accused the Academy in the court. This was the first time. Nonsense. As soon as Zhang Chun finished speaking, an old man wearing a crown stepped forward and said coldly, "I'm an instructor of the Baichuan Academy. How could I do such a thing?" Behind the curtain, a dignified voice said, "Vice President Chen, why do you have to jump to conclusions so early? Whether it's true or not, won't it be clear when Instructor Fang confronts the divine capital Yamen?" Vice President Chen said in a low voice, "I'll go back to the Academy and bring Instructor Fang to the palace to confront him." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared. Zhang Chun immediately said, "Your Majesty, please summon Arrestor Li Mu of the divine capital Yamen to the palace. He's in charge of this case. He's more familiar with it than I am. He was there when Instructor Fang brought people into the Yamen yesterday. He can testify for me." After a moment of silence, the person behind the curtain said, "Mei Wei, bring Li Mu to the palace." As soon as Mei Wei left, Vice President Chen's figure appeared again. At this time there was another person beside him. It was the old man in the luxurious robe. The old man bowed to the Empress first. "Your Majesty." The young female official said, "Instructor Fang, the divine capital Yamen said that you brought people into the divine capital Yamen 3 days ago and took away a prisoner. Is this true?" The old man in the luxurious robe glanced at Zhang Chun, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately said, "I did take away a student from the divine capital Yamen, but that student didn't break the law. The divine capital Yamen ordered people to trick my student out of the academy and forcibly detain him in the Yamen. I heard that I went to the Yamen to rescue him. How can you say that I forced my way in?" Zhang Chun sneered and said, "Your student raped a woman. I ordered Arrestor Li to go to the academy to arrest him, but he was stopped by the academy. He had no choice but to use a trick to lure the criminal out. Later you forced your way into the Yamen and took him back to the academy. Is there any falsehood in my words?" The old man in the luxurious robe said angrily, "My student was just impulsive after drinking. His behavior was a little out of line. The divine capital Yamen shouldn't slander me." Zhang Chun asked, "Instructor Fang, do you mean that I can only convict your student if he succeeded in his rape?" The old man in the luxurious robe did not answer directly. He said, "The students of the academy represent the honor of the academy and the future of the imperial court. If you arbitrarily convict them, where will the academy's face go?" Zhang Chun said coldly, "Is the face of the academy more important, or the dignity of the great Zhou's law more important?" The old man in the luxurious robe tried to slander him, but Zhang Chun slandered him with an even bigger accusation. The two of them were at each other's throats in the palace. At this time, footsteps came from outside the palace again. Li Mu, accompanied by Mr. Mei, walked into the palace. This was the first time he came to the place where all the officials were gathered. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, and then he looked up impatiently. Li Mu had been friends with the Empress for a long time, but he had never seen her before. He did not know if she was tall or short, fat or thin, beautiful or ugly. Suddenly being summoned, Li Mu thought that he would be able to see her face. However, he did not expect that there was a curtain between the Empress and the officials. Li Mu stood there and could not see anything. It was not until Mr. Mei poked him that Li Mu came to his senses. He bowed and said, "Divine Capital Yamen Constable Li Mu pays his respects to Her Majesty." "No need for formalities." A dignified voice came from behind the curtain. "Tell me the cause and effect of this case in detail." This dignified voice sounded very familiar to Li Mu, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He thought carefully but could not remember where he had heard it before. It was not until Mr. Mei poked him again that Li Mu came to his senses. He looked up and said, 3 days ago Jiangzhe, a student of the Baichuan Academy, was listening to music at the Great Music Lane. He was lustful toward a musician and wanted to rape her. The musician called for help and attracted other musicians, so Jiangzhe did not succeed. After learning about this case, I was ordered by Lord Zhang to go to the academy to arrest Jiangzhe. Because I could not enter the academy, I could only use a trick to lure Jiangzhe out and detain him in the capital Yamen. I did not expect that before the Yamen could detain him, he would be taken away by Instructor Fang. The old man in luxurious clothes said angrily, "What do you mean by taken away? When I took Jiangzhe away, you did not stop me at all." Li Mu said, "You are a strong man in the creation realm and you have helpers. All the constables in the capital Yamen and Lord Zhang were no match for you. How could we dare to stop you? We could only watch you take the criminal away." The chest of the old man in luxurious clothes rose and fell. He said, "Didn't you say that if you did not succeed in raping a woman, it was not a crime?" Zhang Chun shook his head and said, "That was what you said." "I did not say that." The old man in luxurious clothes said angrily, "Why didn't you say that at that time?" Zhang Chun shrugged and said, "I told you that he had violated the law, but you did not believe me. You even destroyed the instruments of torture in the Yamen and insisted on taking him away. I was afraid that if I angered you, you would attack me." The old man in luxurious clothes opened his mouth but did not know what to say. He had been in the academy for decades and had never met such a person. This black-hearted official had clearly dug a hole for him to jump into. Chapter 242. Instructor Fang was rendered speechless by Zhang Chun's words. The vice-headmaster of the 100 Rivers Academy could no longer sit by and watch. He said, "I believe that the students of our academy would not do such a thing. Your Majesty, please investigate thoroughly and clear the name of our academy." After a short period of silence, the Empress's voice came from behind the curtain. "Since Vice-Headmaster Chen has said so, the case will be investigated by the Luoyang government." Vice-Headmaster Chen raised his head and said, "Your Majesty, the Luoyang government is suspected of framing the academy. The case should not be handled by the Luoyang government." The Empress thought for a while and said, "Then let the Ministry of Justice investigate." The Minister of Justice stepped out and bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." This was all Li Mu and Zhang Chun could do. Although they had set a trap for Instructor Fang, they could find out whether he had really made a scene in the Luoyang government and snatched Instructor Fang away with a little investigation. It was already the best result that the Ministry of Justice could do a retrial. Li Mu had never thought of bringing down the academy, and it was impossible for him to do so. Overall, the academy's existence had more advantages than disadvantages. Firstly, he wanted to seek justice for Xiaoqi, and secondly, he wanted to vent the Empress's anger. Although the academy was a place to educate people and cultivate talents for the country, it should not be above the law. They should not be on the altar in the human world. Jiangzhe's case was originally a small case that would not affect the academy. However, Instructor Fang had taken Jiangzhe away from the Luoyang government in public, which had caused a public outcry. It added a stain to the holy and glorious image of the academy. The young female official stepped out and said, "The court is dismissed." There was an etiquette for the withdrawal of the court. The officials respectfully sent the Empress off. The ones closest to the door, the ones with the lowest rank, had to take 2 steps back and wait for the officials in front to leave first. Li Mu and Zhang Chun stood at the door. Countless eyes swept over them. After everyone had left, the two of them slowly walked out of the hall. Li Mu felt a little regretful. It was not easy to enter the palace, but he did not see the Empress's face. There would be no chance next time. In the imperial garden behind the Ziwei Palace, the young female official said, "This magistrate of Luoyang is quite brave. I can't stand the arrogance of those from the academy in the imperial court." Mr. Mei also said, "Luoyang's Zhang Chun is neither servile nor overbearing. He's a useful person. We should reward him more as an incentive." The young female official frowned and said, "But the speed of his promotion is already very fast. It has never happened in recent years. It is impossible to promote him again." The Empress thought for a moment, then said, "Give him a chest of pears." Mr. Mei nodded and said, "That's good. There's a box of pears left." The Empress was silent for a moment. Then she asked, "There is only 1 box of tribute pears left?" Mr. Mei said, "In Jiangyin County, there are only a few mother trees. They were carefully cultivated by the local government. Every year there are no more than 10 boxes of tribute pears. After they are sent to the palace, they have to give some to the West Palace. There aren't many left." The Empress thought for a moment, then said, "Then give me half a box. No, give me 3, Luoyang government." Zhang Chun looked at the 3 boxes of tribute pears sent from the palace. He bowed excitedly and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Mr. Mei said, I hope that Mr. Zhang will continue to do his job diligently and honestly. Don't let your majesty down. Zhang Chun said solemnly, I will remember. After sending off Mr. Mei, Zhang Chun picked up a tribute pear and took a bite. He said proudly, this pear is so sweet. After leaving the palace, Li Mu went straight to the great music bar. The Ministry of Justice would definitely ask Shao Qi and the others to investigate the case. He needed to tell them in advance so that they would not panic. When Little Seven heard this, she was clearly worried. She was only a lowly musician and had never experienced such a situation. Li Mu looked at her and comforted her. Don't worry. I will go to the Ministry of Justice with you. You are the victim. They should be the ones worried. When Little Seven heard this, she finally relaxed. At the same time, in the Ministry of Justice, Vice President Chen said to the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, this matter concerns the reputation of the Academy. I will leave it to you. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice hesitated for a moment and looked up at him. He said, the behavior of the Academy students has nothing to do with the Academy. If it is handled impartially, the Academy will not be implicated. If the Ministry of Justice is biased, it will be disadvantageous to the Academy. Vice President Chen, you must think carefully. Vice President Chen frowned. He had just declared that Jiang Zhou was innocent in the court. If the Ministry of Justice overturned it, wouldn't he become a joke? At this moment, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong, said, the Ministry of Justice has the power to decide the case. The girl was not harmed. As long as Jiang Zhou insists that he was rude after drinking and repents, he will be exempted from punishment. Vice President Chen thought for a moment and said, I still don't believe that the Academy students would do such a bad thing. The Minister of the Ministry of Justice understood what he meant. He meant that the Ministry of Justice would help the Academy regardless of whether Jiang Zhou was guilty or not. He already knew the inside story of this case. With the Ministry of Justice's ability, it would not be difficult to get Jiang Zhou off the hook within the scope of the law. He was from the Baichuan Academy, so he could not refuse. He nodded and said, since Vice President Chen has decided, then let's do it. After that, he looked at the Minister of the Ministry of Justice and said, I'll leave this case to you, Minister Zhou. Zhou Zhong nodded and said, don't worry. Jiang Zhou's case had already caused a certain degree of discussion within a small circle in the past 3 days. In the morning court, the Luoyang ordered Zhang Chun to sue the Academy's instructors. The news that the Empress ordered the Ministry of Justice to reinvestigate the case also gradually spread after the morning court. When people saw that Jiang Zhou was brought to the Ministry of Justice, a large number of people began to gather at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice to watch. Zhu Tsong and Wei Peng, who had been drinking in the fragrance house, were able to enter the Ministry of Justice because of Yang Xiu. They watched from afar in the direction of the court. Yang Xiu said with a serious expression, the minister rarely judges cases in person. Zhu Tsong asked, how will Jiang Zhou be sentenced? Rape is a serious crime. I'm afraid the rest of his life is over, Wei Peng said, not necessarily. Zhu Tsong knew that Wei Peng had been painstakingly studying the laws of the Great Zhou these days. He turned to look at him and asked, what do you mean? Wei Peng said, in the laws of the Great Zhou, raping a woman is a serious crime. Usually, the offender will be sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison. If the case is serious, the offender can be executed. Even if he doesn't succeed in his crime, he will still be sentenced to 3 years in prison for attempted rape. Zhu Tsong asked, that means Jiang Zhou will spend at least 3 years in prison? Wei Peng shook his head and said, this is a case of attempted rape. If he gives up in the process of rape and stops the crime voluntarily, he can be exempted from punishment if he doesn't cause any harm to the woman. He looked in the direction of the court and said slowly, the key to this case is whether Jiang Zhou stopped the violence voluntarily or was stopped by someone else. This will determine whether he will be acquitted or be sentenced to 3 years in prison. Zhu Tsong was puzzled. What's the difference if he failed to rape her anyway? I know that. Yang Xiu finally had a chance to interrupt. He said, if he stops the crime voluntarily, he will also be sentenced to a heavy sentence. The perpetrator will have no way out. This law seems to give the perpetrator a chance, but it is actually a protection for the victim. Wei Peng nodded and said, although this is the original intention of the law, it will also give many people a chance to take advantage of this loophole. In the court of the Ministry of Justice, Jiang Zhou knelt on the ground and said, sir, please understand. I was impulsive after drinking and was rude to this lady. Later, I remembered the teacher's teachings and suddenly came to my senses. I didn't continue to violate this lady, Yi Nin said angrily. You only stopped when we rushed to the room, Jiangzhe said. At that time I wanted to apologize to this lady. You misunderstood. You are clearly quibbling. That is the truth. Jiangzhe looked up at the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and clasped his hands. Sir, please understand. Both sides had their own version of the story. Jiangzhe said that he stopped the violence voluntarily, but the musician of the great music bar said that he was stopped by others. Although the results of these two cases were the same, the meaning was completely different. The Ministry of Justice's punishment for this case was based on the process of the case. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice said lightly, I will use the soul manipulation on Jiangzhe. The truth will be revealed soon. He looked at Jiangzhe and said, Raise your head. Jiangzhe raised his head and looked into the eyes of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice's eyes became deep pools. He asked, Jiangzhe, let me ask you. When you wanted to violate this lady, did you repent on your own or was it because someone stopped you? Jiangzhe's eyes were dull. He murmured, I repented on my own and realized that I had made a mistake. I wanted to explain to this lady, but perhaps I was too anxious and was misunderstood by her. Li Mu's expression was ugly. Xiaoqi and the others could not be lying. Either Jiangzhe had a way to avoid the soul manipulation, or the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice deliberately let him go. Regardless of which possibility it was not something that ordinary people could see through. Jiangzhe's actions before he was stopped were attributed to him being too anxious to explain. Even if a transcendent expert could reenact the scene, they could not convict him. It was obvious that he had made sufficient preparations before going to court. Even if the Ministry of Justice's punishment was presented to the Empress, it would not be a problem. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice looked at everyone and said, The truth is out. Although Jiangzhe was in the wrong, he did not deserve to be punished. Seeing that you were able to repent in time, I acquit you. However, you have disturbed this lady, so you must apologize to her and compensate her with 10 taels of silver. Do you have any objections? Jiangzhe immediately said, Thank you, sir, for proving my innocence. He stood up and bowed to Xiaoqi. He said, I was rude after drinking and offended you. I apologize to the lady. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice slammed the gavel and said, The case has been investigated. The court is dismissed. Jiangzhe left 10 taels of silver and looked at Li Mu and the others. He smiled and strode out of the Ministry of Justice. Li Mu sent Xiaoqi and the others out of the Ministry of Justice. He looked back and walked back. He looked at a figure standing in the courtyard and said slowly, Sir Zhou, you should know better than anyone whether Jiangzhe is guilty or not, right? Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, Is this important? Li Mu said in a low voice, If right or wrong, justice and justice are not important, what else is important in this world? Zhou Zhong looked into his eyes and said after a long time, You are really like a friend that I haven't seen for many years. Li Mu said coldly, You don't deserve such a friend. Zhou Zhong was not angry. Instead he smiled and said, Young man, when you first came to Luoyang, you thought that you were the embodiment of justice and did not care about anyone. They fought with the rich and powerful, corrupt officials and the academy. There were many people like you in the past, but now you are the only one. Do you know why? He said to himself, Some people are dead, some are still alive. If the living want to live a better life, they have to become the people they used to hate the most. You will also have such a day, Li Mu said, You can wait and see. Zhou Zhong said, I will wait and see. Li Mu turned around and left in big strides. Zhou Zhong looked at his back and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Chapter 243. Ministry of Justice. Zhou Zhong returned to the office and tapped the table with his knuckles. No one knew what he was thinking. The director of the Ministry of Justice knocked on the door and walked in. He put a file on the table in front of him and said, Assistant Minister, I went to the Ministry of Appointments and asked them to make a copy of County Magistrate Yi's resume. It's here. Zhou Zhong looked forward and his mind seemed to be elsewhere. He asked, Is there a problem? The director of the Ministry of Justice said, This person's resume is an A in every 3 years. However, everyone knows what the Ministry of Appointments resume is about. It's too hard to use it to wipe someone's ass. There's no reference value. Even the county magistrate of Yangyang County can get an A in every year. This county magistrate in E was originally from the Ministry of Appointments. It's normal for the Ministry of Appointments to protect him. If you want to know how an E county is governed, you have to send someone to an E county to see for yourself. Ministry of Appointments? The director of the Ministry of Justice's words seemed to have touched Zhou Zhong. He opened the resume of County Magistrate in E and glanced at it. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then he put down the resume and said, "I'll send someone to handle this case. You don't have to worry about it anymore." Danyang County was far away and it was very troublesome to investigate in E County. The director of the Ministry of Justice didn't want to take care of this troublesome task. He was delighted and said, "If that's the case, I'll take my leave first." He strode out of the office. Zhou Zhong looked at the resume of County Magistrate in E for a long time. This resume from the Ministry of Appointments and a case file about the assassination of County Magistrate in E slowly floated up from the table. Puff! A ball of fire suddenly appeared in the air. The resume and the case file were quickly swallowed by the fire. In an instant they disappeared without a trace. Not even ashes were left. Li Mu walked out of the Ministry of Justice. He was still angry. With his character, he wouldn't have said so much to the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. However, Zhou Zhong used to be a clear stream in Luoyang more than 10 years ago. The law reform he proposed was very advanced even now. Evil people would do evil. This was a fact that had never changed since ancient times. It was a pity and anger that a hero who slayed a dragon became an evil dragon. Li Mu was not Zhou Zhong, so he did not know why Jiangzhe had changed like this. However, the way the Ministry of Justice dealt with Jiangzhe was not entirely a bad thing. If the Ministry of Justice dealt with Jiangzhe fairly, the 100 Rivers Academy would inevitably lose some face. After all, it was shameful for a student of the academy to have such a scandal. This loss of face was negligible. Perhaps it would not be mentioned again in a few days. However, after Jiangzhe committed the crime, he was still able to get away with it under the protection of the academy. This matter would stir up even more public opinion among the people. It was inevitable that the people would look at the 100 Rivers Academy through colored glasses in the future. It had to be said that some people in the academy were used to being high and mighty. That was why they made such a stupid decision. Zhou Zhong wasn't helping the 100 Rivers Academy. He had solved a small problem for the 100 Rivers Academy, but he had also planted a big problem for them. Once the reputation of the academy collapsed, it would not be so easy to rebuild it. If Her Majesty could seize the opportunity, she might be able to change part of the situation in the imperial court. Li Mu felt that he was really worried about Her Majesty. As a lowly official with only a few taels of silver a month, he was worried about the Prime Minister. Outside the Ministry of Justice, the onlookers had not dispersed. A man came forward and asked, "Constable Li, why did Jiangzhe swagger out of the Ministry of Justice? Is he really not guilty?" Li Mu did not speak. He only sighed and said, "The Ministry of Justice has already declared Jiangzhe not guilty. Let's disperse." How could this be? Constable Li, is there any inside story? Isn't it obvious? Don't make things difficult for Constable Li. He has his own difficulties. Who dares to provoke the academy? Constable Li might even lose his position. Constable Li has done so much for us. We have to think for him. The people were very dissatisfied with Jiangzhe's ending. If there was no outside intervention, this dissatisfaction would reach its peak in a short period of time and then slowly fade away. Humans were forgetful. After a few days, if something new happened in Luoyang, these old things would be replaced and forgotten. Li Mu was still brooding over Zhou Zhong's matter. When he returned to the Yamen, he flipped open the law of Zhou and found the laws that Zhou Zhong had advocated. The more he read, the angrier he became. He had advocated the abolition of the silver law of substitution more than 10 years ago. Since the establishment of the Great Zhou, it had pursued the rule of etiquette. Under this rule, the aristocrats and officials enjoyed great privileges. Later, some emperors began to accept the idea of the rule of law, which led to the current situation of rule of etiquette and law. The silver law of substitution was actually to legalize the privileges of the privileged class. Zhou Zhong was resolutely opposed to this practice, thinking that it was an insult to the legal system. The law did not distinguish between relatives and estrangement, high and low. The monarch and his ministers, from top to bottom, high and low, all followed the law. Punishing the wrong did not evade the ministers, rewarding the good did not spare the common man. He wanted to implement a thorough rule of law. In addition, he also pointed out the shortcomings of the academy and suggested that the imperial court should select talents from outside the academy. This could effectively prevent the officials from forming cliques and the academy from interfering in politics. Later he failed. His failure was not surprising. It was because he challenged the officials, the nobles, and the academy. Because of this matter, he was demoted and almost exiled. Seeing this, Li Mu's anger and resentment subsided a little. He could not describe what he was feeling in his heart. Those who held the firewood for the people froze to death in the wind and snow. Those who opened the way for justice died in the thorns. This was the true portrayal of Zhou Zhong. Li Mu did not know what happened later, but it was not difficult to guess based on his current status and power. Zhang Chun strolled in from outside and looked at Li Mu with a proud expression. He asked, "Did His Majesty reward you with anything?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No." Zhang Chun smiled and then said regretfully, "His Majesty rewarded me with 3 tribute pears. They were much sweeter than the ones I ate from you. Unfortunately, there were only 3. Otherwise, I would have given you one and let you have a taste." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I still have half a box at home. Sir, you can keep it for yourself." Feeling a familiar breath, Li Mu walked outside and saw Mr. Mei walking in from outside the yamen. The 2 people behind her moved a big box into the yard of the yamen. Mr. Mei said to Li Mu, "These spiritual jades are from His Majesty." Li Mu quickly walked forward and opened the box. Seeing that it was full of high-quality spiritual jades, he immediately put them into the flask space. After using up all the spiritual jades he got from the county yamen, he was worried about new ones. He did not expect His Majesty to be so considerate and send them to him so quickly. With these spiritual jades, he and Xiao Bai did not have to worry about cultivation resources in a short time. Zhang Chun looked at the box of spiritual jades from afar. He touched the 2 tribute pears in his sleeve and suddenly felt that the one he ate just now was not as sweet as before. Li Mu knew that he was just doing what he was supposed to do. He said embarrassedly, "I didn't do anything wrong. Why did His Majesty suddenly reward me?" Mr. Mei said, "How can you hide your thoughts from His Majesty? Are you trying to take the opportunity to make trouble for the Academy so that you can avenge His Majesty?" If he did not know that the Empress was a cultivator of the 7th land who could sit in the palace and know everything in the world with a pinch of her fingers, Li Mu would have thought that she had installed a surveillance camera on him. But since they were talking about this, he could use Mr. Mei to tell His Majesty his thoughts. Li Mu said, "It's not entirely a bad thing that the Ministry of Justice covered up for Jiangzhe. The deputy headmaster of the Baichuan Academy dared to criticize His Majesty in front of the court because of the Academy's high status and high reputation among the people and the court. If the Academy loses its reputation, His Majesty can reasonably reduce the number of students from the Academy who can become officials. If such a scandal happens, how can they refute His Majesty? The Academy's high status was because they had sent many talents to the court and the people trusted them. Once the people no longer trusted them, they would naturally lose their high status. As the ruler of the Great Zhou, the Empress had absolute power. In principle, as long as she wanted to do something, there was nothing she could not do. However, if she acted arbitrarily and did not care about the opinions of the Academy and the officials, it would not be good for maintaining the stability of the court and gathering the people's support. All she needed was a reason. If the Empress took advantage of this and made a fuss, the Academy would lose more than just trust and status. Mr. Mei's eyes flashed with a strange light. He said, "You're right. I'll go to the palace and report to His Majesty." Before she left, Li Mu added, "Remember to remind His Majesty that the impact of Jiangzhe's incident is limited. The Baichuan Academy has been in Luoyang for hundreds of years and will not lose its reputation so easily. The people will soon forget about this unless someone is fanning the flames and pushing the Baichuan Academy to the cusp of the storm." In the palace. In a hall. The space in the hall fluctuated and the figure of Mr. Mei appeared out of thin air. Her body began to change, gradually turning into another figure. She looked at the real Mr. Mei and said, "You're right. He is indeed loyal to me and smart. If he were in the court, I would feel much better. Think of a way to get him to my side." Chapter 244. With enough spiritual jades, Li Mu used the 3 days of rest he had saved to cultivate in seclusion at home. At a certain moment, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed and absorbing the spiritual jades with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He could sense some subtle fluctuations in the array formation outside. Li Mu opened the door and saw Mr. Mei standing outside. He asked in surprise, "Sister Mei, why are you here?" Lord Mei went straight to the point and asked, "Were you the one who added fuel to the fire in the 100 River Academy?" Li Mu had been in seclusion for the past 3 days, so he didn't know anything. He asked, "What happened in the 100 Rivers Academy?" Mr. Mei was puzzled. "It really wasn't you?" Li Mu said, "Tell me what happened first." Lord Mei looked at him in surprise and finally said, "After Jiangzhe's case, in just 3 days the reputation of the 100 River Academy among the people plummeted. After the internal guards investigated, they found that someone was fanning the flames behind the scenes and adding fuel to the fire. "Wasn't it you?" Li Mu said, "I've been in seclusion for the past 3 days. This is the first time I've heard of this. Wasn't it His Majesty who sent someone to do it?" Mr. May shook his head and said, "No." Li Mu was stunned and asked, "Then who could it be?" The gate of the 100 Rivers Academy was not on the bustling main street, so not many people passed by. But since 3 days ago, there had been more people passing by the gate of the academy. When the people passed by the gate of the 100 Rivers Academy, they all cast disdainful looks at the academy. Some people even secretly spat when no one was paying attention and quickly left. Li Mu and Mr. May stood in the distance and watched this scene. The development of the matter was far beyond Li Mu's expectations. Jiangzhe's crime didn't cause any serious consequences, so it shouldn't have escalated so quickly. Someone must have fanned the flames behind the scenes to be able to develop to this point within 3 days. Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing should be decreasing day by day. For this kind of situation to occur, someone must have bought the trending topic. Li Mu thought about it and asked, could it be done by other academies or the new party? Although the Baichuan Academy did not openly support the old party, the students of the academy were the most influential in Great Zhou. Their relationship with the old party was inseparable. Of the 4 great academies, other than the White Deer Academy, the other 3 academies were in a competitive relationship. After all, there was a limit to the number of vacancies in the royal court. If one academy had more vacancies, the other academies would have fewer vacancies. Nobody wanted to be the one with fewer vacancies. The Baichuan Academy was close to the old party, while the Zhou family and the other new party members were eager to get hold of their weakness. They had the most obvious motive. Mr. May shook his head and said, the person behind this is very cautious. The internal guards can't find the source. Even His Majesty couldn't figure it out with his great supernatural powers. She continued, the Baichuan Academy's behavior of protecting Jiangzhe has already caused public anger in Luoyang. In the morning court today, several imperial censors joined with many courtiers to impeach the Ministry of Justice and the Academy. His Majesty has already ordered the Imperial Censorate to investigate this case. No matter who was behind this, Li Mu had to give him a thumbs up. It seemed that someone had the same idea as him. Instead of doing it secretly, it was better to let them fight each other. It would save Her Majesty a lot of trouble. Mr. May shook his head and said, I almost forgot. I came to see you today for an important matter. She took out a silver waist token and handed it to him. She said, from today onwards, you are a member of the internal guards. Li Mu looked at the waist token with his name engraved on it and was overjoyed. After being in Luoyang for so long and worrying so much for Her Majesty, he finally succeeded in sneaking into the internal guards. The internal guards were Her Majesty's direct imperial guards. They were only responsible for Her Majesty. This meant that he was one step closer to that big thigh. Mr. May continued, other than being an internal guard, you have a new job. Li Mu asked, what job? Mr. May said, Her Majesty wants you to be the imperial censor in the palace. You will be in charge of checking the officials in the morning court. Li Mu was stunned and asked, don't you have to be from the academy to be an official? Mr. May explained, the officials of the imperial censorate are chosen by the imperial court from each county. They are not afraid of power and are honest and upright. In order to prevent the imperial censors from forming cliques for personal gain, all officials of the imperial censorate cannot be from the academy. Compared to the ability to govern the country, the imperial court valued the character of the imperial censor more. The cleaner the background, the more upright he was. He would be more suitable to be an imperial censor if he dared to speak out and scold other officials. The imperial censor in the palace, as the name suggested, was an imperial censor who worked in the Golden Palace. Their job was to observe the officials in the morning court to see if they were disheveled, lazy, or otherwise impolite. In addition, they had the right to express their opinions on the imperial court. All the officials in the imperial court, no matter their rank, had the right to discuss the imperial court's affairs. Becoming the imperial censor in the palace had little impact on Li Mu's current life. He was still the arrestor of the Luoyang Yamen, but he had to appear in the palace every time he attended the court. He stood in the corner of the palace and observed secretly. Li Mu was confused and asked, why did Her Majesty suddenly want me to be an imperial censor? Mr. May said, because you are not afraid of the nobles or the academy. She dares to speak out. Her Majesty needs you to speak out in the imperial court. Li Mu nodded and said, I understand. Baichuan Academy. An old man pointed at Vice President Chen and said angrily, "Are you stupid? You ruined the academy's century-old reputation in order to protect a guilty student. You have to apologize to the academy's past sages." Vice President Chen's face also darkened. He said, "This was originally a small matter. It shouldn't have escalated to this point. Someone must have added fuel to the fire." The old man said angrily, "If you had done things impartially, how could you have been caught?" Vice President Chen said, "I want to know who set us up. This started with the Luoyang prefect Zhang Chun. I have already investigated. Zhang Chun was once a student of the Myriad Scroll Academy. Could this be a trap set by the Myriad Scroll Academy?" The old man said, "This is not important. For now, the most important thing is how to restore the academy's reputation." Even the headmaster, who was in seclusion, was alerted. The headmaster has already ordered Jiang Zhe to be expelled from the academy and Fang Bo to be stripped of his teaching qualifications. No one is allowed to plead for them in the imperial court. Vice President Chen looked regretful. He gritted his teeth and said, "I understand." Ziwei Palace. 3 days ago, the imperial censor was ordered by the empress to investigate Jiang Zhe's case. After 3 days of questioning and investigation, the imperial censor finally found the origin of the case. When Jiang Zhe was listening to music at the Great Music Bar, he was lustful towards a beautiful musician in a private room and wanted to violate her. The musician of the Great Music Bar could not bear the humiliation and cried for help. In the end, other musicians were alerted. They broke into the room and stopped Jiang Zhe. It was not as Jiang Zhe said, that he regretted it during the process of violating the musician. The Ministry of Justice misjudged the case because when Jiang Zhe was being tried in the Ministry of Justice, he had a magic weapon given to him by his teacher, Fang Bo. This magic weapon could keep one awake when one's soul was being controlled, thus misleading the officials of the Ministry of Justice. After Jiang Zhe committed the crime, he refused to confess and misled the Ministry of Justice, causing the case to be misjudged. This caused an extremely bad influence in Luoyang. According to the law, Jiang Zhe was sentenced to 10 years in prison. His cultivation was abolished and he would never be employed again. Behind the curtain, the Empress asked Vice President Chen coldly, "Does the Baichuan Academy have any objections?" Vice President Chen lowered his head and said, "Fang Bo and Jiang Zhe have deceived the imperial court and the academy. The Baichuan Academy has already expelled Jiang Zhe from the academy and stripped Fang Bo of his teaching qualifications. The imperial censor has passed the judgment according to the law. The academy has no objections." The Empress said in a dignified voice, "Jiang Zhe's case has caused a bad influence. The academy cannot escape the blame. This year, the quota for students of the Baichuan Academy to become officials will be reduced by half." Vice President Chen's lips moved, but he did not speak in the end. Such a scandal had happened in the academy. At this moment he had no face to refute. Chapter 245. It was rare for the academy to lower its head in court, but the Empress didn't stop there. The Empress's voice continued to come from behind the curtain. For more than 100 years, all the officials in Great Zhou, from the imperial court to the counties, have been taken over by the academy. From the Baichuan Academy, it can be seen that the students of the academy need to be improved. There are also stubborn problems within the academy. I think it's debatable whether all the officials in the imperial court will be produced by the academy in the future. As soon as the Empress said this, all the officials were shocked. Her Majesty had long wanted to change the status quo of all the officials in Great Zhou coming from the academy. She obviously wanted to use the Baichuan Academy's incident as a pretext to make a fuss. Immediately, a few people stood up and objected. "Your Majesty, you can't do that. The academy was created by Emperor Wen. The 4 academies have maintained Great Zhou's stability for 100 years. Once it's changed, it will inevitably cause turmoil in the imperial court. Outside Great Zhou, the demon nation is watching covetously, and the ghost realm is not peaceful. The other nations seem to be obedient, but they all have their own agendas. Within Great Zhou there is also a demon sect that often causes trouble. If the imperial court is in turmoil, it will inevitably give them an opportunity. If your Majesty insists on doing things your own way, you may cause Great Zhou to fall into a quagmire, and your Majesty will also become a sinner." The people who spoke were all from the Baichuan Academy, Qingyun Academy, and Myriad Scroll Academy, including Vice President Chen of the Baichuan Academy. The other 2 academies were happy to see the Baichuan Academy's reputation being damaged, but in the face of this matter, the 3 academies maintained a tacit understanding. The Empress didn't respond to the people from the academy. Instead, she asked, "What do you think?" The imperial court was silent. Although there were some disadvantages to the academy's existence, on the whole, the advantages definitely outweighed the disadvantages. Since the time of Emperor Wen, the academy had been in existence for 100 years. It had continuously sent talents and played a very important role in maintaining the stability of Great Zhou. Her Majesty wanted to remove the academy's privileges because she wanted to break the situation in the imperial court and concentrate power in her hands. This would completely overturn the situation established by Emperor Wen. No one could predict the future of Great Zhou. For most of the officials in the imperial court, the position of the Empress did not last long. The throne of the Great Zhou would eventually be handed over to either the Shao clan or the Zhou clan. While the Empress was on the throne, it was not suitable for bold and decisive reforms, which would be detrimental to the stability of the country. After the Empress spoke, none of the officials responded, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually became awkward. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. After all, almost all the officials in the imperial court were from the academy. Even the censors did not want to change the ancestral system that had been passed down for hundreds of years. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the corner of the hall. "Your Majesty is wise." Amidst the silence, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the hearts of the officials to tremble. Who was this audacious person who dared to speak at this time? They all looked at the corner of the hall, and a figure walked out from the corner. "Limu? It's him. Why is he here? Wait, is he wearing the imperial censor robes? Imperial censor? His Majesty made him an imperial censor?" Limu met the gazes of the officials and walked out from the corner of the Golden Hall. After someone responded, the Empress asked again, "What do you think, Minister Li?" The way the Empress addressed Limu made all the officials in the imperial court dumbfounded. Her Majesty had always addressed the officials in the imperial court as Minister Zhang, Minister Li, and other ministers. When had she ever used Minister Li? This special form of address clearly indicated that this newly promoted imperial censor was a trusted aide of Her Majesty the Empress. Limu walked to the center of the hall, cleared his throat and said, "Your Majesty is wise. I also think that the academy system established during the reign of Emperor Wen was a great policy 100 years ago. To a large extent, it changed the chaos of the Great Zhou officials who were not talented and virtuous. In the past 100 years, the Great Zhou has been developing continuously. This system can no longer meet the needs of the imperial court. The atmosphere in the hall was completely different from the past. In the past, if no one responded to the decrees proposed by the Empress, it would be ignored and no officials would discuss it. As long as one official stood out and agreed with the Empress, it was necessary to discuss this topic. The situation in the imperial court was complicated, and no one could predict the future. The officials who could be in the imperial court were all experienced and cunning. No one would risk the academy's condemnation in order to protect His Majesty and give His Majesty a way out. They had never seen such a bold person. Now they saw it. The people of the academy naturally would not allow Limu to slander the academy. Vice President Chen said, "You are just an imperial censor. How dare you speak so arrogantly? The academy has provided so many talents to the imperial court every year. Why can't it meet the imperial court's needs?" Talents? Limu glanced at him and asked, "A talent like Jiang Zhe, relying on the academy's background, raped a woman in broad daylight. Is this the talent the academy mentioned?" This matter had become a pain for the academy. Vice President Chen said with a gloomy face, "This kind of bastard is just a special case. He can't represent the academy. The academy has expelled him and will never hire him again." Limu shook his head and said, "Instructor Fang, as an instructor of the academy, did not set an example and strictly restrain his students. Instead, he allowed Jiang Zhe to rape a woman and tried to deceive the imperial court afterward to cover up his crime. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. What kind of students can such an instructor teach? If such a student enters the imperial court and becomes an official, how many people will be bullied by him?" He said coldly, "The instructor is like this, the students are like this. His Majesty just pointed out the shortcomings of the academy. What right do you have to scold His Majesty as a sinner?" Vice President Chen was speechless for a moment, and then immediately said, "Instructor Fang can't represent all the instructors of the academy. You are generalizing. What about the county magistrate of Yang County?" Limu continued to ask. As a county magistrate, he colluded with the local tyrants and exploited the people. He created an unjust case that shook the Great Zhou. Even the heavens couldn't stand it. Which academy did he come from? The vice president of the Myriad Scroll Academy lowered his head slightly. Vice President Chen said, "You are still generalizing. There are 36 counties in the Great Zhou and hundreds of county magistrates. What can a county magistrate of Yang County prove?" Li Mu smiled at him and said, "Okay, let's not talk about the place. Let's talk about Shindu. As far as I know, the county chief of the North County has long disliked the county magistrate of Yang County's actions. He has submitted many memorials, but the evaluation of the county magistrate of Yang County by the Ministry of Personnel every year is A+. Because of this, the county magistrate of Yang County is even more unscrupulous and can do whatever he wants. This kind of corrupt official can be A+, the highest grade. Are the officials sent by the academy to the Ministry of Personnel all blind and deaf?" The Minister of Personnel's face was livid. The faces of the officials of the Ministry of Personnel also alternated between green and white. In front of His Majesty and hundreds of officials, they could only endure being scolded in their noses. This was because what he said was the truth. The county magistrate of Yang County was the brother-in-law of the Assistant Minister of Personnel. The Assistant Minister had personally instructed, so who would dare to make things difficult for him in the evaluation? The officials were silent. Who didn't know about the problems of the Ministry of Personnel? Who didn't know? But the problem was, which Ministry of Personnel wasn't like this in the past dynasties? Most of the officials in the imperial court had their own factions. Wasn't it common for members of the same faction to help and cover for each other? The Ministry of Personnel controlled the evaluation and promotion of officials in the Great Zhou. It was normal for them to give the brother-in-law of the Assistant Minister of Personnel an A+. But in the imperial court, this was the first person who dared to scold the officials of the Ministry of Personnel as blind and deaf. Before this, they all thought that Li Mu was influenced by Zhang Chun of Shindu like boss like subordinate. Only now did they realize that they seemed to have gotten it the other way around. The Minister of Personnel's face was red. He coughed lightly and explained, "This is the dereliction of duty of the Ministry of Personnel. This has already sounded the alarm bell for the Ministry of Personnel. We will reflect on ourselves in the future to reduce such incidents." "Don't give me that." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Who doesn't know that the county magistrate of Yang County is the brother-in-law of the Assistant Minister of Personnel? This isn't the first time the Ministry of Personnel has done something like this. Why are you still pretending in front of me?" The Minister of Personnel covered his mouth and coughed uncontrollably. He retreated to his seat. The Assistant Minister of Personnel clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his forehead bulged, but he could only lower his head. Many of the officials in the imperial court were dumbfounded. They couldn't help but label Li Mu as a lunatic. Even the strongest imperial censor they had seen was not half as strong as him. He had torn down the veil of the Ministry of Personnel and exposed the officials of the Ministry of Personnel completely naked in front of the other officials. But Li Mu didn't stop there. He pointed around and said, "And the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Revenue and Taichung Temple. How many officials in the 6 ministries and 9 temples have failed to discipline their sons? You let them do whatever they want in Luoyang and bully the people. Instead of being ashamed, you are proud of it. Don't you know how many times you have protected them?" The Minister of Justice secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't fight to the death with Li Mu. Instead, he chose to build a good relationship with him. Otherwise, he might have been called out by Li Mu in the Golden Palace like the Assistant Minister of Personnel. Li Mu looked at the people from the academy and said, "These are the talents that the academy sent to the imperial court. Are you going to say that these are special cases? Then you have too many special cases." Vice President Chen and the others were finally speechless. This had just happened in Luoyang. Li Mu's subordinates had beaten up many officials' sons. He even forced the officials involved to change the silver law of substitution. The officials were silent. Li Mu continued, "I won't say more. The officials from the academy have formed cliques in the imperial court and are hostile to each other. Can't you see that?" His loud voice echoed in the Golden Palace. Even the giants standing at the front couldn't help but notice him, because he was too talkative and dared to say it. He had broken the rules that the officials had tacitly agreed to. He had exposed the things that the officials wouldn't normally talk about. He had torn down the veil of the entire imperial court. Throughout history, those who dared to break the rules like this had all died without a complete corpse. Li Mu scanned the faces of the people from the academy one by one and said, "Look at what you have done. His Majesty is wise and has the world in mind, but you only think about your own interests. What right do you have? What right do you have to reprimand His Majesty? Don't you feel ashamed when you reprimand His Majesty? Chapter 246. There were more than 100 officials standing in the Golden Hall, but it became Li Mu's personal performance. Because it was too quiet, his voice kept echoing in the hall. No one could answer his question. These rules, which had been tacitly agreed upon by the officials, were laid bare in front of them. It was enough to make everyone in the imperial court blush with shame. The officials were silent, and so was the academy. Li Mu continued, talking about the demon kingdom, the ghost realm, the 4 barbarians of the devil sect. These are all excuses. Everyone here knows better than anyone else that the problem of the great Zhou dynasty is not outside, but in the imperial court, in this golden hall. Li Mu's voice echoed, each word piercing the heart. The hall was silent for a long time. Then the Empress's dignified voice came from behind the curtain. Everyone, please think about Minister Li's words carefully. You may leave the court in an hour. Behind the curtain, footsteps sounded and gradually faded away. The Empress must have left from the back of the hall. After a while, Mr. May walked out from the back of the hall. He gave Li Mu a look, and Li Mu followed him out from the back of the hall. Inside the main hall there was silence. The Assistant Minister of Personnel's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The officials from the 6 ministries and 9 temples who had suffered at his hands did not look too good either. The vice-deans and instructors of the major academies left without a word. The officials looked at each other. The hall was silent for a long time. Then someone sighed and said, "Where did this hothead come from?" After someone spoke, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall exploded. He really dares to speak. Ha! The 6 ministries and 9 temples and the 4 great academies have all been scolded by him. Even His Majesty has not scolded us like this. With this kind of person as the imperial censor, I'm afraid we won't have a good life in the future. He keeps saying that His Majesty is wise and magnanimous. He just wants to gain favor by protecting His Majesty. Can he be any more obvious? How shameless. I used to think that Zhang Chun was already shameless enough. I didn't expect Zhang Chun to be so much worse than him. The official who spoke did not hide his disgust and annoyance towards Li Mu, but there were also some who were silent and had a thoughtful look on their faces, as if they were really thinking about what he had just said. There was something wrong with the imperial court. They usually turned a blind eye to these problems, but now that it was pointed out, they could no longer ignore it. Li Mu pointed out the problems of the academy, the 6 ministries, the collusion of the officials in the imperial court, and the decreasing psyche power of the people after Emperor Wen. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong, stood in the crowd with a faint smile on his face. Li Mu was not aware of the situation in the hall. He had already left Ziwei Hall. Lady Mei and the Empress' personal maid led him to another hall. There was a table in the hall that was already filled with delicacies. Li Mu was startled and asked, "What is this?" Mr. Mei said, "His Majesty specially asked you to have lunch before you leave." After the morning court session, being able to enjoy lunch in the palace was a privilege that couldn't be any better. Li Mu did not refuse. He was already thirsty from all the saliva flying in the hall. He picked up the flagon on the table, poured himself a full cup and drank it up. It did not seem to be wine in the flagon but some kind of fruit drink. It even contained rich spiritual qi. One sip was equivalent to half a spiritual jade absorbed by Li Mu. After he sat down, he looked at Mr. Mei and the young maid standing aside and said, "Don't just stand there. Sit down and eat with me." Mr. Mei shook his head and said, "You eat. This is a gift from His Majesty." Since they did not want to, Li Mu did not force them. There were many rules in the palace and they must know better than him. Mr. Mei remembered something. He pointed to the young maid and said to Li Mu, "Her name is Shangguan Li. She is His Majesty's personal maid and also one of the commanders of the internal guards. All the internal guards in the palace are under her command. You are on duty in front of the hall, so you are also her subordinate. If you have any problems in the future, you can go to Commander Shangguan." Shangguan Li's initial prejudice against Li Mu had disappeared without a trace. She looked at Li Mu lightly and said, "Just call me boss." Li Mu saluted her with his fists and said, "Greetings, Commander Shangguan." Shangguan Li glanced at him and left. The word boss had a special meaning to him. Li Mu would not call her that casually. This Commander Shangguan was at most a few years older than him, but she also had the cultivation of the 5th realm. It must be because she was the Empress' personal maid. Her Majesty the Empress was so generous. If she could become her personal little jacket, she would definitely receive many benefits. She was able to advance to the creation realm at such a young age. Sooner or later, Li Mu would replace her position and become the Empress' closest jacket. Mr. May walked to Li Mu's side and asked, "Do you have any conflicts with Ali?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "It was the first time I saw her. But before the morning court, she looked at me with an unfriendly gaze." Lord May knew the reason and said, "Maybe it's because you weren't familiar with each other at that time. You're all His Majesty's internal guards and you're his subordinate. You'll get to know each other better in the future." After Shangguan Li left, the atmosphere in the hall became much better. Li Mu smiled and said to Lady May, "Sister May, why don't you sit down and eat with me? I can't finish all these by myself. Besides, I have some questions to ask you. It's not convenient for us to talk if you're standing and I'm sitting." Mr. May had to sit down and asked, "What questions do you have? Ask away." Li Mu remembered the scene in the court where the Empress was alone and helpless. He asked, "Doesn't Her Majesty have her own confidants in the court?" Mr. May said, "Since the time of Emperor Wen, all the officials in the Great Zhou, except for the imperial censor, came from the 4 academies. Even the emperor could not violate the rules set by Emperor Wen. The officials from the 4 academies were united in the court. As long as this rule was not abolished, it would be difficult for Her Majesty to have any confidants. Most importantly, Her Majesty did not want the throne, and she did not want to cultivate any confidants. If it were not for the conflict between the old and new parties, which has affected the psyche power of the people of the Great Zhou and hindered the condensation of the Emperor's qi, Her Majesty would not have cared about them at all." Li Mu remembered that Mr. May once said that the Empress did not become the Empress by her own will. She was just a transition for the Zhou family to take over the court. If she really wanted to take power, her strength was enough to suppress the entire court, even with the restrictions of the academies. In this world, all the intrigues and schemes were not worth mentioning in the face of strength. This was also the only reason why the Empress did not encounter any resistance when she inherited the throne, even though her surname was Zhou. Even the Shao royal family acquiesced to it. Li Mu asked curiously, "Does Her Majesty want to pass the throne to the Shao family or the Zhou family in the future?" Mr. May shook his head and said, "I'm afraid only Her Majesty knows about this. Let's not ask more." She looked at Li Mu and said, "You are much braver than I thought. Most people can't even stand steadily in front of hundreds of officials for the first time, let alone point at their noses and scold them like you. Just now, you finally helped Her Majesty vent her anger." Li Mu did not care at all. He said, "I have Her Majesty behind me. What am I afraid of?" Mr. May patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. As long as you are loyal to Her Majesty will not mistreat you." Li Mu's protection of the Empress was based on the fact that she would not mistreat him. As long as the Empress did not mistreat him, he could naturally guarantee his loyalty to her. Flattering her in court and protecting her image were all small things. In the future, Li Mu would use practical actions to tell her that as long as he had enough spiritual jade, there were still many things he could do. Li Mu did not finish the delicacies given by the Empress. Before he left, he also brought some fruits and pastries for Xiaobai. Mr. May said, "Let me see you out. This place is very close to the West Palace. You can't wander around. If you offend the concubines of the previous emperor, Her Majesty will be in a difficult position." Li Mu was escorted out of the harem by Mr. May. When he passed by Ziwei Palace, he happened to see hundreds of officials coming out of the palace. Li Mu was walking behind. When he saw Zhang Chun, he hurriedly said, "Sir Zhang, wait for me." Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Zhang Chun's footsteps quickened. Li Mu quickly caught up with Zhang Chun and said, "Sir Zhang, why are you walking so fast?" Zhang Chun hurriedly said, No, Sir Li, don't call me sir in the future. I can't accept it, really." The imperial censor in the palace was only a 7th-rank official. Zhang Chun was now a 5th-rank official. Moreover, Li Mu's identity was only useful during the morning court. Normally he was still a constable in the divine capital. However, since Zhang Chun said so, he did not force him. He said, "Old Zhang, what are you afraid of?" Zhang Chun looked at him and said in shock, "Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? After what you did in the court, there will be no place for you in the divine capital. You may not be afraid of them, but I'm afraid of being implicated by you." Li Mu said, "I don't need them to tolerate me. I only need Her Majesty to tolerate me." He glanced at Zhang Chun and asked, "Besides, do you think it's useful for you to hide from me now?" Zhang Chun thought carefully and realized that he and Li Mu were grasshoppers in the same boat. He sighed and asked, "You disappeared for so long just now. Did Her Majesty summon you alone?" "No, she didn't." Li Mu shook his head and said, Her Majesty told me to have lunch in the harem before leaving. I came out after lunch? Lunch? Zhang Chun licked his lips and asked, How's the lunch in the palace? Is it rich? How many dishes are there? Li Mu said, It's quite rich. There are more than 30 dishes. The spirit wine is also delicious. One sip and the wine is wrapped in spirit qi. Zhang Chun's throat moved. He turned his head and said, I heard that the imperial kitchen's cooking is not that good. I still prefer the home-cooked food my wife makes. Li Mu felt the same. He said, I also like the food my wife makes. Zhang Chun was stunned. You have a wife? Li Mu nodded and said, You met her in Yangqiu County. She's Lady Lu from the Yunyan Pavilion. However, she's still in the North County and won't come to the divine capital until a few days later. Zhang Chun had a deep impression of the beautiful manager of the Yunyan Pavilion. He sighed and said, Why do all the good things happen to you? Li Mu was taught and influenced by Li Si. He said, As long as a girl puts down her face, it's easy to get her. Zhang Chun thought of his performance in the palace and nodded. You're quite shameless when you're protecting Her Majesty. Then he suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Mu in disbelief. Chapter 247. Zhang Chun suddenly felt that he had unwittingly discovered a huge secret. The Empress had ascended the throne for 3 years, but she had never revealed who she would pass the throne to. The Shao clan and the Zhou clan. One was the original royal family of the great Zhou, while the other was the Empress's maternal family. According to everyone's guess, after the Empress abdicated, either the Shao clan would regain power or the Zhou clan would replace her. The officials in the court would be led by the Shao clan and the Zhou clan, and they would fight for the throne. The only thing they didn't expect was for the Empress to have other plans. Why would Her Majesty pass the throne to the Shao clan? To the Empress, the Shao clan was an outsider and had no blood relations with her. A married daughter was like spilled water. She was no longer a member of the Zhou clan. What good would it do her to pass the throne to the Zhou clan? The Zhou clan's blood relations with her would become weaker and weaker. Who knew what they would think of her in the future? Instead of passing the throne to an outsider, why not give birth to one herself? Wouldn't it be better for her own children to inherit the throne than outsiders like the Zhou clan and the Shao clan? With this bold assumption in mind, Zhang Chun began to speculate. If Her Majesty wanted to pass the throne to her children, what was the biggest obstacle? The Shao clan and the Zhou clan were nothing to be afraid of. Her Majesty herself was a transcendence expert, a 7th realm transcendence expert. She was the strongest existence in the 10 continents. The legendary 8th realm and 9th realm only existed in legends. The 7th realm was the peak of the world. If Her Majesty insisted on having her way, who could stop her from the Shao clan and the Zhou clan? The only thing that could restrain Her Majesty was the Academy. Not only did the Academy have transcendent cultivators, but the officials in the court also came from the Academy. It would be difficult for Her Majesty to subdue them. That was why Her Majesty wanted to weaken the Academy's position in the court, and why she wanted to reduce the quota for the Academy. Connecting the dots, Zhang Chun knew that he had discovered the truth. The last problem was that Her Majesty had no children. Although she was the crown princess and the empress, it was said that the former crown prince liked men and was only husband and wife on the surface. After ascending the throne, Her Majesty didn't establish a harem. Who did she want to have children with? Zhang Chun's gaze involuntarily turned to Li Mu. Her Majesty's love for Li Mu and her meticulous love for Li Mu was something that even he couldn't bear to see. The answer was obvious. Li Mu was the future empress. Li Mu and Zhang Chun walked out of the palace. Along the way, Zhang Chun did not speak. Li Mu thought that he was really frightened. Just as he was about to turn around, Zhang Chun suddenly looked at him with a face full of smiles and asked, Your Majesty, no, Li Mu, to be honest, how do you think this official treats you? Li Mu then said, It's all right. What do you mean by okay? Zhang Chun looked displeased and said, Back in Yangqiu County, I took good care of you. Now that you've come to the divine capital, you've caused so much trouble for me. Have I ever complained? Li Mu, you complain every time. It's not important. Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, You made a big mistake and offended someone you shouldn't have offended. When have I not cleaned up your mess behind your back? Touch your conscience and tell me, have I not treated you well? Li Mu touched his conscience and thought carefully. He said, Sir, you've been very good to me. This was the truth. If it were another superior, Li Mu would have been pushed out to take the blame the first time he caused trouble for him. Zhang Chun finally smiled and said, If you become rich in the future, don't forget my kindness. Li Mu nodded and said, don't worry, I won't forget. Zhang Chun let out a long sigh of relief and muttered, whether or not this official can move to a bigger residence, whether or not I can have 8 maidservants to serve me, it all depends on you. Li Mu was stunned and asked, what? Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, nothing, we'll talk about this in the future. After parting with Li Mu, Zhang Chun did not return to the yamen. Instead he went straight home. Mrs. Zhang was trimming the flowers in the yard. When she saw him coming in, she asked in confusion, you're not going to the yamen today? Zhang Chun said, the morning court was delayed for an hour today. It's almost time for lunch. I'll go back to the yamen after lunch. Mrs. Zhang put down the scissors and said, you must be tired after standing all morning. Go back to your room and rest for a while. I'll cook. Zhang Chun rolled up his sleeves and said, I'll help you. Mrs. Zhang shook her head and said, you'd better rest. The kitchen is so small that it can't accommodate 2 people. Zhang Chun held her hand and said, Madam, you've suffered. I promise that I'll give you a bigger house in the future. At least 5 rooms. The kitchen must also be big. It won't be crowded for 10 people to stand. Mrs. Zhang patted his hand and said, such a big house is enough to live in. Many officials in the court don't even have their own houses. Zhang Chun smiled and said, in short, madam, just wait and see. One day I'll let you live in a bigger house. In the future there will be maidservants to do the cooking and cleaning. You can be served comfortably by them. Good, good, good. I'll wait for that day. Mrs. Zhang shook her head helplessly and said, let's not talk about this first. What do you plan to do about Yi? Zhang Chun asked, what's the matter with Yi? Mrs. Zhang said, Yi will be 20 next year. She hasn't found a husband yet. You're not worried, but I am. When I was her age, I was already pregnant with her. Zhang Chun shook his head and said, what's the hurry? In the past, I didn't like any of the people who came to propose marriage. Now that we're in Luoyang, they don't like us. Mrs. Zhang said, I think that Li Mu under you is not bad. He's handsome and, sure. Before she could finish her words, Zhang Chun covered her mouth. Zhang Chun widened his eyes and looked at her in horror. He said, put away your bold idea. Don't mention this in the future. Don't even think about it. Today's morning court session was more than an hour later than usual. When it was dismissed, it was already close to noon. Many officials were like Zhang Chun. After leaving the palace, they did not return to the yamen. Instead, they chose to go home. Most of the officials in the court did not have their own houses in Luoyang. They lived in the government offices and made do with their 2 meals a day. There were also some officials who lived in the North Court, which was not far from the palace. They could have lunch at home. When the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel returned home, he locked himself in his study with a gloomy expression. The servants in the house did not know what happened. They only heard the sound of porcelain shattering in the study. They guessed that their master must have been angered during the morning court session. They did not dare to approach and only watched from afar. When the director of the Ministry of Justice returned home, he called his son to him and warned him sternly, be smart in the future. Don't provoke that Li Mu again. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and make you stay at home for the rest of your life. Yang Xiu shook his head and said, I won't do it again. Even Minister Zhou died in his hands. I'm afraid he'll strike me with lightning. After saying that, he mustered up his courage and asked, did Li Mu do something big again? The director of the Ministry of Justice said, it's not just something big. He scolded all the officials in the court like they were his grandsons, but no one dared to talk back. People like him who don't care about their lives should stay as far away as possible from now on. The North Court, where the officials gathered, was usually quiet and secluded. However, at noon, angry curses could be heard from the various officials' mansions. Damn it. There are so many officials in the court. Is he the only one who's clean? In order to get the Empress' favor, he doesn't even care about his face. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? In the North Court, the servants in the various officials' mansions vaguely learned something from their master's angry words. They could not help but exclaim in surprise when they discussed it in private. They had lived in Luoyang for so long and worked in the official mansions. They often heard about the court affairs, but they had never heard of such a strange thing. In a restaurant somewhere in Luoyang. In the main hall, 2 guests were eating and chatting. Have you heard? Something big happened in the court today. How would a vegetable seller like you know about what happened in the court? I heard it from a servant in a high-ranking official's house. They just came out to purchase, so I casually eavesdropped on them. If you hear this, you'll definitely be shocked. Don't keep us in suspense. What happened? Hurry up and tell us. I heard that someone scolded all the officials and even the academy during the morning court. He scolded the academy students and instructors for being immoral. He pointed at the assistant minister of personnel's nose and scolded him for harboring his relatives. He scolded the officials from the 6 ministries and 9 temples for not teaching their children well. He also scolded the officials from the academy for forming cliques for personal gain. How can someone be so bold? Does he not want his head anymore? There really is someone who is so bold. Constable Lee even scolded the heavens, let alone the people in the court. It's such a delightful thing. It's a pity that we didn't hear it with our own ears. So it's Constable Lee. Then it's not strange. Listening to the conversation between the two, the customers nearby could not help but slow down their speed of picking up food. Their eyes were filled with shock. When they first heard of this, everyone thought it was a groundless rumor. However, when they left the restaurant and realized that there were many people in the divine capital spreading the news, even those who did not believe it at first could not help but believe it a little. Although they only heard about it from the mouths of others, countless people could not suppress the surging passion in their hearts every time they imagined the scene in the morning court. The children of the officials bullied others and the people. They did whatever they wanted, but the people did not dare to speak up. The students of the academy committed serious crimes, but the academy shielded them and released them without charges. The people could only complain in their hearts. The officials in the court formed cliques for personal gain and fought for power. The court was in a mess and the people in the divine capital had no way of making a living. The people could only watch helplessly. It was not that they had nothing to say, but they did not dare and did not have the right to speak. Now there was finally someone who had the right and was willing to speak up for them. This gave the people of the divine capital a glimmer of hope. Li Mu was the light of the divine capital. The Li residence. Li Mu was feeding Xiao Bai moves. Suddenly he raised his head and looked outside. He felt an extremely powerful psyche power aura from the street in the distance. Chapter 248. That wave of psychokinesis was extremely powerful. Even from such a distance, Li Mu could clearly feel it. He walked out of the house and onto the main street, causing an uproar among the people of the divine capital. It's Constable Lee. Constable Lee is here. Li Mu was still confused. He didn't understand why there was so much psychokinesis targeting him from the people of the divine capital. Then he realized that it must have something to do with his performance in the morning court. At that time, Li Mu didn't think so much. The scene in front of him could be considered a pleasant surprise. Every time he did something to win the hearts of the people in the divine capital, the psychokinesis of the people would reach a peak in a short time. Li Mu obviously wouldn't waste this rare opportunity. In the next half a day he walked through the streets and alleys and walked through half of the divine capital. At night, when he returned home, Li Mu sat cross-legged on his bed with 2 pieces of spiritual jade in his hands. Under the urging of his psychokinesis, the spiritual power in his body circulated rapidly. The spiritual power in the 2 pieces of spiritual jade was instantly sucked dry and turned into powder. Li Mu didn't sleep the whole night and cultivated until dawn. There was already a lot of spiritual jade powder piled up in front of his bed. After a night of cultivation, Li Mu used up half of the spiritual jade that the Empress rewarded him last time. If he could obtain so much psychokinesis every day and have the support of a steady stream of spiritual jade, it wasn't impossible for him to reach the upper realm before the age of 30. Unfortunately, spiritual jade was hard to find and psychokinesis was even harder to obtain. Only the royal family could take the psychokinesis of the people of the Great Zhou and condense it into Emperor Qi to directly create a 7th realm powerhouse. Even so, this process would take at least 10 years or even decades. In terms of cultivation alone, Li Mu was very close to the peak of the Zhesen realm. However, it wouldn't be easy to break through to the next realm. Some people reached the Zhesen realm before the age of 30, but they couldn't achieve remarkable power in their lifetime. In addition to the accumulation of spiritual power, the breakthrough of a major realm also required opportunities. Without a doubt, Li Mu's opportunity was Lu Hanyan. Unfortunately, she was far away in the north region. The two of them were thousands of miles apart. However, even if there was a chance to break through now, Li Mu did not dare to touch it lightly. His mana was growing too fast and his foundation was not stable. It was easy for his inner demons to invade him, and when he was advancing, it was the easiest time for the inner demons to invade him. Before he completely settled the woman in his dreams, Li Mu did not dare to try. Speaking of the woman in his dreams, she had not appeared for a long time. Although Mr. May had told him not to worry and to let nature take its course, Li Mu could not be at ease when it happened to him and was out of his control. It was a pity that he didn't have a chance to meet Her Majesty other than the morning court assembly. Otherwise he could ask Her Majesty how to suppress and eliminate his inner demons. As a level 7 cultivator, this should be a simple matter for her. Although Li Mu had become an internal guard, he was still quite a distance away from becoming the Empress's personal guard. If he wanted to get more benefits from her, he first had to know what Her Majesty wanted. According to Mr. May, what Her Majesty wanted was the faith of the people in the Great Zhou. She wanted to gather the faith of the people in the Great Zhou's 36 counties and create the next Emperor's Qi as soon as possible. But according to Li Mu's understanding, the thing called Emperor's Qi by the royal family was actually the spirit of faith. It could allow an ordinary person to have the cultivation of the upper realm overnight. It could steal the fortune of heaven and earth and go against the heavens. The difficulty of this was obvious. This required 36 commoners to visit the state temple frequently, and after decades of accumulation, a strand of Emperor's Qi could be formed. The strand of Emperor's Qi that the Empress had was the accumulation of 2 generations of Zhou dynasty emperors for nearly half a century. Now the Empress had only been on the throne for 3 years, and the next strand of Emperor's Qi was still far away. Li Mu still had a lot of doubts in his heart. As an upper realm cultivator, Her Majesty could do whatever she wanted. If she didn't want to be emperor, she could just not do it. With her strength, no one could force her, unless there was some secret that Li Mu didn't know. These weren't that important to Li Mu. He just needed to know that whatever Her Majesty wanted, he would give her. To obtain a continuous and stable faith of the people, as long as the people of the Great Zhou lived in peace and contentment, lived prosperous lives, and didn't have to worry about not having enough to eat, they would naturally be convinced by the imperial court and Her Majesty. This was simple to say but extremely difficult to do. It was necessary to create a prosperous Great Zhou to win the hearts of the people and shorten the time needed to condense the Emperor's Qi. This was a long-term thing that couldn't be done overnight. The most important thing now was to help Her Majesty get rid of the control of the 4 academies. For more than 100 years, the important officials of the imperial court had all come from the 4 academies, which led to the current situation of the imperial court. The imperial court urgently needed new blood. To change this situation, the imperial court could imitate the imperial examination and independently select talents from the 36 counties outside of the 4 academies. It even required the students of the 4 academies to pass the imperial court's selection exam before they became officials, completely taking back the imperial court's power to select officials. Of course, it wasn't easy to completely change the situation of the imperial court. Jiangzhe's incident only damaged the reputation of the 100 Rivers Academy. Li Mu spoke bluntly in the Golden Palace, but the 4 academies wouldn't give up their power just because of Li Mu's words. The Empress and the 4 academies were in a state of balance. Although this world respected the strong, the imperial court's affairs could never be resolved simply by force, unless Her Majesty could break through to the 8th realm. If she could reach the 8th realm, disbanding the 4 academies would be just a matter of a word from her. There was no need to find any extra reasons. However, she couldn't do this at the moment. Jiangzhe obviously couldn't represent the entire 100 Rivers Academy, and it wasn't enough for Her Majesty to make a move on the 100 Rivers Academy, let alone the other academies. Li Mu couldn't find any other way to break through at the moment. He walked out of the house and prepared to patrol the areas that he didn't have time to patrol yesterday to absorb telekinesis. If he didn't need it for a while, he could store it in his body. In the imperial court, Li Mu found that the few censors of the censorate and a small number of officials in the imperial court had very thick telekinesis. They were all ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Once they started cultivating, this power of thought would allow them to break through several realms in a very short period of time. This speed was even faster than those unorthodox methods that could extract souls and steal souls. As he closed the door and prepared to leave, Li Mu found a carriage parked on the street in front of his house. A hand lifted the curtain of the carriage, and a face that Li Mu wasn't unfamiliar with appeared. When he saw Zhou Zhong, Li Mu's face darkened. He asked, "Assistant Minister Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhou Zhong said, "I'm just passing by and stopped to take a look." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "There's nothing to see here." Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "I'm not here to see Constable Li. This mansion used to belong to a close friend of mine. I happened to pass by and couldn't help but think of him." Li Mu didn't say anything else and prepared to patrol. At this moment, Zhou Zhong suddenly said, "Do you think you can change anything by making a scene in the imperial court?" Li Mu asked, "What do you mean?" Zhou Zhong laughed mockingly and said, The current situation in the imperial court has been stable for 100 years. Do you think you can shake the 100 Rivers Academy and force the other academies to give in by punishing Jiangxia? The 3 academies have more than one Jiangxia. Do you think you've changed anything? In fact, you haven't changed anything. After mocking Li Mu, Zhou Zhong lowered the curtain of the carriage and it slowly left. Li Mu's face was cold. He resisted the urge to strike him with the heavenly thunder of purple heaven. Indeed, it was satisfying to curse in the Golden Hall, but it couldn't solve any practical problems. Jiangxia was just a special case. He could only represent himself, not the 100 Rivers Academy. Unless he could catch more Jiangxia. Wait, what did Zhou Zhong mean when he said that the 3 academies had more than one Jiangxia? Could it be that Jiangxia wasn't a special case of the 100 Rivers Academy? Li Mu pondered for a while and gave up the idea of patrolling first. He went to the government office and walked into the duty room where the case files were kept. There weren't many files in the Luoyang government office. Before Li Mu and Zhang Chun came, the Luoyang government office was just a decoration. All the big and small cases in Luoyang were handled by the Ministry of Justice. Soon, Li Mu walked out of the government office and went straight to the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice. When the director of the Ministry of Justice heard the report, he ran out anxiously and asked, "What brings you here, Lord Li?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Lord Yang, I'd like to see the case files of the Ministry of Justice. Is that okay?" The director of the Ministry of Justice shook his head like a rattle drum and said firmly, No, the Ministry of Justice has a rule that outsiders can't enter the case files of the Ministry of Justice." Li Mu said, "Then can I trouble Lord Yang to check it for me?" The director of the Ministry of Justice hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do you want to check?" Li Mu said, "Similar to Jiangxia's case, all the case files related to the 4 major academies." The director of the Ministry of Justice immediately said, "No, the case files of the Ministry of Justice were all made by me. Except for Jiangxia's case, there are no cases related to the 4 major academies." The director of the Ministry of Justice didn't seem to be lying. Li Mu thought carefully. It wasn't that there were no cases related to the 4 major academies, but that the Ministry of Justice didn't dare to accept them. Li Mu smiled at the director of the Ministry of Justice and said, "Most of the cases in the Ministry of Justice are handled by Lord Yang. Even if there are no files, Lord Yang should know something about them." The director of the Ministry of Justice shook his head and said, "There really isn't." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Lord Yang, you've been working hard on the cases. The next morning at the court, I'll definitely put in a good word for you in front of all the officials and His Majesty." The director of the Ministry of Justice's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat broke out on his back. This was a threat. This was a naked threat. Li Mu was good at scolding people, but how could he put in a good word? If he was scolded in front of all the officials and His Majesty like the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, how could he have the face to stay in the officialdom in the future? Li Mu asked again, "I'll ask one last time. Do you have any cases related to the 4 major academies?" The director of the Ministry of Justice swallowed and said, "Yes, we do." Chapter 249. After a while, the director of the Ministry of Justice sent Li Mu off with a smile. He waved his hand and said, "Take care, Lord Li." After sending off Li Mu, the director of the Ministry of Justice returned to his office. He slumped into his chair and sighed, "Why is my life so hard?" As an official of the Ministry of Justice, he was bullied by a constable of the divine capital. He was probably the most wronged director in the history of the Ministry of Justice. Li Mu left the Ministry of Justice and returned to the divine capital. He said to the constables who had just returned from their patrol and were sunbathing in the courtyard, "Come with me. We have work to do." Divine capital, Rosy Lane. There were more than 100 markets in the divine capital. There were business markets, entertainment markets, and residential markets. Rosy Lane was a residential area in the western part of the divine capital. Although it was not comparable to the markets where the southern courtyard and northern courtyard lived, it was still considered prosperous among the hundreds of markets in the divine capital. Most of the people who lived in Rosy Lane were wealthy. Most of the houses in the market had 2 or 3 courtyards. Li Mu came to a house. Wang Wu looked up at the 2-word Su Mansion on the plaque. Without waiting for Li Mu's order, he went up and knocked on the door. After a long time, slow footsteps came from inside. An old man with a wrinkled face opened the door and asked, "Sirs, what's the matter?" Li Mu went up and said, "We're from the divine capital. We're investigating a case and need your cooperation." The old servant opened the door and said, "Sirs, please come in. I'll get the master." Li Mu and the others walked into the courtyard and the old man walked into a room. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out of the room with quick steps. The middle-aged man looked at them in surprise and asked, What case are you investigating?" Li Mu looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "You're shopkeeper Su, right?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "That's me." Li Mu continued asking, 3 months ago, was shopkeeper Su's daughter violated?" When the middle-aged man heard this, his face was filled with grief and indignation. His voice was hoarse as he said, "We have already decided not to sue you. Why are you still unwilling to let us go?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Shopkeeper Su, you've misunderstood. We're really here to investigate this case. If you've really been wronged, the imperial court will give you justice." The middle-aged man's face was filled with fear. He shook his head and said, "There is no injustice. My daughter is fine. You can go." The middle-aged man clearly did not trust them. Li Mu sighed and said, "Shopkeeper Su, my name is Li Mu. I'm from the divine capital. You can trust us." The middle-aged man raised his head abruptly and asked, "Luoyang Yaman, your arrestor Li?" Li Mu took out his waist tag. His name and position were clearly engraved on it. The middle-aged man stared blankly at the token in Li Mu's hand. Even if he stayed in his house and never left, he had still heard of Li Mu's name. When the master's servants went out to buy things, they would often bring back news about Li Mu. For example, he had violently beaten up the sons of officials who bullied the people in Luoyang and forced the imperial court to change the punishment law. Another example was when he struck the people in the street with lightning to seek justice for the victims. He scolded all the officials in the imperial court, and even the 4 academies were not spared. He was not afraid of the nobles or the academies. In Luoyang he was the light in the hearts of the people. The middle-aged man's body trembled as he knelt heavily on the ground. He nodded and said mournfully, "Sir Li, please seek justice for me." Li Mu helped him up and said, "Don't be agitated. Tell me in detail what happened. I'll seek justice for you." 2 lines of tears rolled down from the middle-aged man's eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "Wei Bin, a student of the Baichuan Academy, humiliated my daughter and almost caused her to commit suicide. I went to the Ministry of Justice to complain, but they dismissed me with insufficient evidence. After that, someone even warned me that if I didn't know what was good for me and dared to complain again, they would destroy my family and make me die without a complete corpse. Damn it, there's such a thing. Damn the Ministry of Justice. It's a disaster in Luoyang. Why are these academies filled with beasts?" The constables behind Li Mu were indignant. Li Mu looked at Shopkeeper Su and said, "Can I see Miss Su?" Shopkeeper Su nodded and said, "I'll bring Constable Li over. However, after my daughter was humiliated by that beast, she tried to commit suicide several times. Now her mind is not clear and she's afraid of outsiders, especially men." Li Mu looked at the people behind him and said, "Wait for me here." Under Shopkeeper Su's lead, Li Mu passed through a moon gate and arrived at the inner courtyard. The scene in the courtyard was a little strange. There was an old tree in the courtyard and its trunk was wrapped in a cotton quilt. The well in the corner was also covered by a stone slab. The stone slab was also wrapped in a thick cotton quilt. Even the stone tables and benches in the courtyard were wrapped in cotton and other things. There was a woman sitting by the stone table. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old. She was wearing a plain dress. Her clothes were neat but a little messy. Her hair was loose and her face was a little dull. Her eyes were empty. When she heard someone approaching, her face was immediately filled with fear. She covered her head with both hands and screamed, "Don't come here! Don't come here!" Shopkeeper Su clenched his fists. His face was full of sorrow and his body could not stop trembling. Li Mu did not approach the woman. He retreated to the outer courtyard and took out a few fulu. He handed it to Shopkeeper Su and said, "This talisman can calm the mind. Before going to bed at night, turn it into talisman water and let her drink it. Her condition should be better." Shopkeeper Su drank the talisman water and said repeatedly, "Thank you, Constable Li. Thank you." The only thing Li Mu could do was to calm her mind. Being violated and humiliated had obviously caused great damage to her soul and even affected her mind. She could only rely on her own strength to get over it. The best way for her to get over the knot in her heart was to let her see with her own eyes that those who violated and humiliated her received the retribution they deserved. 100 Rivers Academy, Wei Bin. Li Mu's face darkened as he walked out of the Su mansion. He said, "Let's go to 100 Rivers Academy." Wang Wu and the others followed him without hesitation. They used to be afraid of the academy, but after Jiangzhi's incident, the academy's weight in their hearts had lessened a lot. 100 Rivers Academy. When Li Mu walked to the gate of the academy, the old gatekeeper appeared again. He looked at him angrily and asked, "What are you doing here again?" Li Mu said calmly, "Ask Wei Bin to come out. He's involved in a case and needs to go back with us to the Yamen for investigation." If it was in the past, the old man would not care about a constable of the divine capital Yamen. However, after Jiangzhi's incident, he deeply realized the consequences of ignoring him. He was only a gatekeeper of the academy. This kind of thing should be left to the person in charge of the academy. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "Wait here. I'll go in and report." With that, his figure disappeared into the academy gate. Li Mu and the others stood at the entrance of the academy in their official uniforms. They were particularly eye-catching. Soon, some commoners came up and asked, "Constable Li, what's going on? Did a student of the academy commit a crime again?" Li Mu said, "A student of 100 Rivers Academy defiled a woman. We're going to arrest him." "What? A student of the academy again? How can a student of the academy do such a dirty thing? They're reading books of sages, but they're worse than beasts. What did the instructors of the academy teach them?" The commoners gathered around Li Mu and the others and discussed animatedly. Inside the academy, Vice Principal Chen frowned tightly. He asked in a deep voice, "Whose student is Wei Bin?" A middle-aged man stood out from the group of instructors in front of him and said nervously, "He's my student." Vice Principal Chen asked, "What crime did he commit that the divine capital Yamen would come to the academy to arrest him?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Vice Principal Chen snorted and said, "No matter what crime he committed, the divine capital Yamen wants him. Let them take him away and punish him accordingly. In the future, the academy is not allowed to interfere with the matters of the students." The middle-aged man thought for a while and asked, "But won't this damage the academy's reputation?" "What reputation does the academy have?" Vice Principal Chen waved his hand and said, "His Majesty is still worried about finding a reason to attack the academy. Don't give them any chance. If he wants Wei Bin, give him Wei Bin." Li Mu and the others didn't have to wait for long outside before a young man with a pale face and trembling body was brought out of the academy. A middle-aged man said, "No matter what crime he committed, please punish him impartially. The academy will not protect him." His righteous words improved the impression of the commoners in front of the academy. A student's mistake could not be blamed on the academy. If the academy could uphold justice and not protect him, it could be considered righteous. Li Mu glanced at the young man and said coldly, "Take him away." Wang Wu and the others immediately took him to the divine capital Yamen. At the Wei mansion. "Big brother, bad news. Bad news." The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue finished his meal and was about to go to the Yamen when a figure suddenly rushed into his study with a face full of panic. Looking at his brother, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue asked, "What happened?" The man panted and said, Wei Bin was arrested and brought to the divine capital Yamen." "What?" The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue had high hopes for his nephew who was studying at the Baichuan Academy. He hurriedly asked, "What crime did he commit? Why was he arrested and brought to the divine capital Yamen?" The man lowered his head and said, He once raped a girl. Now it's exposed and the divine capital Yamen knows about it." The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue said angrily, "Why did you only tell me about this now?" The man said worriedly, "Big brother, what do we do now? He already knows his mistake. The divine capital Yamen won't sentence him to death, right?" "I'm not very clear about the law. I'll go ask Pinger." The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue walked out of the study and into another courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, Wei Peng was bent over a stone table, reading. Hearing the noise, he turned his head and asked, "Father, second uncle, is there something you need from me?" The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue said, "Peng, you're familiar with the law. What's the sentence for raping a girl?" Wei Peng was stunned and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking this? Did second uncle rape a girl?" The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue said, "Don't ask too much. What's the sentence for raping a girl?" Wei Peng looked at his second uncle with a strange gaze and said, "Raping a girl is a serious crime. According to the law of the Great Zhou, Book 2, Article 36, those who commit the crime of rape are usually sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison. In serious cases, the highest sentence is execution." The man hurriedly asked, What's considered serious? Wei Peng shook his head and said, if the method of rape is too cruel, such as raping the same girl over a long period of time, raping a pregnant girl, a seriously ill girl, or in public, or causing serious injury to a girl, these are all serious cases. The man let out a sigh of relief but still asked worriedly, what do we do? If that's the case, won't Bin be in prison for more than 3 years? Wei Peng was shocked and said, Wei Bin was the one who raped the girl? The man looked at Wei Peng and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He said, Peng you know the law. You have to help your brother. Even if you can't get him off the hook, you have to make sure he doesn't spend too many years in prison. Wei Peng thought about it and nodded helplessly. I'll try my best. Chapter 250. Wang Wu and the other 2 constables escorted Wei Bin all the way to the Luoyang Yamen under the watchful eyes of the people. Li Mu searched both the front and back of the Yamen but still could not find Zhang Chun. He asked Deputy Constable Sun, where's Lord Zhang? Deputy Constable Sun said, I think he went out for some business. Without the Luoyang medallion, Li Mu did not have the authority to investigate the case. He did not know when Zhang Chun would return. Li Mu thought for a while and said to Wang Wu and the others, go to the Ministry of Justice. All criminal cases in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou, including the Luoyang, were under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice even had the authority to interfere with local trials. This case was already a hot potato, so it was perfect to leave it to the Ministry of Justice. It did not matter if they were officials or citizens of the Great Zhou, as long as they lived in the Great Zhou, they had the authority to send someone to the authorities, including the Luoyang Yamen and the Ministry of Justice. If the Ministry of Justice did not accept the case, Li Mu, as the censor, would have something to do in the next morning court. The Ministry of Justice. The director of the Ministry of Justice had just rested when a constable knocked on the door and walked in. He said with a bitter face, Sir, Li Mu is here again. The director of the Ministry of Justice's head buzzed. He grabbed his hair and said in frustration, didn't I tell him? Why is he here again? How can he bully people like this? The constable said, he caught a student from the academy. The director of the Ministry of Justice felt his head swell. He was about to sneak out from the back door when Li Mu appeared in his sight. He said with grief and indignation, Sir Li, didn't we agree to take him to the Luoyang Yamen? Li Mu looked at him, sighed and said, Lord Yang, you are so silly. I gave you this opportunity because of our friendship in the past. If you don't want it, you can't blame me for what happens next. Their past friendship was *T. The director of the Ministry of Justice cursed in his heart but still asked, Sir Li, what do you mean? Li Mu said, according to the victim of this case, he complained to the Ministry of Justice as soon as the case happened. However, not only did the Ministry of Justice not accept the case, you dismissed him with the excuse of insufficient evidence. After the case, you even threatened his family, saying that if he sued you again you would kill him. The director hurriedly said, the Ministry of Justice did not threaten him. The Ministry of Justice never do such things. Who would believe that? Li Mu looked at him with great pity and said, this case has attracted widespread attention of the people. People will only think that all this was done by the Ministry of Justice. In the end, this matter will become more and more serious, and the consequences will become more and more serious. Do you think you can escape from it, Lord Yang? When the time comes, who do you think will be pushed out by the Ministry of Justice to take the blame? Who do you think will be the minister, the assistant minister, or you, official Yang? I'm giving you a chance to make up for your mistakes on account of your help. If you don't want it, I'll bring him back to the fairy's capital. Wait. Under Li Mu's persuasion, the director of the Ministry of Justice had understood and hurriedly spoke. Li Mu had completely enlightened him. Once the case became big, the Ministry of Justice would be held responsible. The position of the director of the Ministry of Justice was neither big nor small. It was just right for him to take the blame. If he did not do something to make up for it, he would most likely lose his position. He might even be imprisoned. He clasped his fists to Li Mu and said, Sir Li, thank you for reminding me. I will remember your kindness. You're welcome. Li Mu nodded and said, in that case, let's start the trial as soon as possible. The director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the office and saw Zhou Zhong coming out from the opposite side. He asked nervously, Sir Zhou, the academy student committed a crime. Do you want to interrogate him yourself? Zhou Zhong waved his hand and said, go ahead. I'll just listen. His gaze swept past Li Mu and then left calmly. There was a commotion in the front yard of the Ministry of Justice. The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Wei Bin's father, and Wei Peng had just arrived from the Luoyang Yamen. The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue saw the director of the Ministry of Justice and immediately said, "Sir Yang, please wait." The director of the Ministry of Justice turned and asked, "Sir Wei, why are you here?" The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue sighed and said, "Wei Bin is my nephew." The director of the Ministry of Justice was surprised. Then he shook his head and said, "If Sir Wei is here to plead for Wei Bin, then I'm sorry. This case has attracted a lot of attention. I can't be biased." The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue shook his head and said, "Of course not. Wei Bin is guilty. I just want to listen." The director of the Ministry of Justice nodded and said, "Yes, but Sir Wei's identity is special. You can only listen outside the court." The minister-counselor clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Sir Yang." Then he said, "Can we have a few words with Wei Bin?" The director of the Ministry of Justice hesitated and said, "This?" At this moment, Zhou Zhong said from afar, "Don't take more than half an hour." The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue was grateful and said, "Thank you, Sir Zhou." The three of them walked to Wei Bin's side. Wei Bin's face was pale and he said in panic, "Uncle, father, save me." The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue was angry and said, "Bastard, I didn't send you to the academy to rape women. Now you know fear. Why didn't you know when you were doing evil?" Wei Bin's father hurriedly said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Bin, from now on remember every word your brother says. Later in the court you will do as your brother says. That way you will receive the lightest punishment." Wei Bin nodded and said, "I will not speak carelessly." Wei Peng looked at him and asked, "Did you really do this?" Wei Bin nodded and said, "It was me." Wei Peng asked again, "Did you use violence during the process?" Wei Bin shook his head and said, "No, we only started after she was unconscious." Wei Peng was stunned and asked, "We?" Wei Bin said, "I wasn't the only one who did this." Wei Peng thought for a while and said, "Got it. Later, no matter what the sir asks, as long as you did it, just admit it. If you confess, you can fight for a reduced sentence. After that, you can confess to all the people who committed the crime with you. This can be considered a meritorious service. It is very likely that your sentence will be reduced to less than 3 years." After a while, the director of the Ministry of Justice walked forward and asked, "Are you done?" The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue said, "I'm done. Thank you, Sir Yang." The director of the Ministry of Justice walked to the court and asked for instructions from the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Justice. He said in a low voice, "Begin the court." Wei Bin was brought to the court. The director of the Ministry of Justice sat at the top. Li Mu and the minister-counselor sat on his left and right to listen to the trial. The director of the Ministry of Justice patted the gavel and said, "Men, summon the Sioux woman to the court." Li Mu raised his head and said, "Sir Yang, the Sioux woman has been defiled by Wei Bin. Her body and mind have been injured. She is afraid of seeing strangers and is not suitable to be brought to the court. Directly interrogating Wei Bin is enough." The director of the Ministry of Justice thought for a while and nodded. "Sir Li is very considerate." He patted the gavel again and looked at Wei Bin. He asked, "Wei Bin, do you admit your crime?" "Your student admits his crime." Wei Bin immediately knelt down and spilled the beans. 3 months ago, on the night of the 6th day of the 2nd lunar month, your student tricked Su Yao to an inn and drugged her, then violated her. The director of the Ministry of Justice was stunned. He did not expect Wei Bin to confess so quickly. He did not even ask anything and Wei Bin had already confessed everything. He quickly recovered and said, "Since you have confessed, then according to the 36th article of the 2nd book of the Law of Great Zhou, the punishment for raping a woman is between 3 and 10 years in prison. That woman was injured physically and mentally because of your rape. I now sentence you to 7 years in prison. Your Excellency, please wait." Wei Peng stood outside the court and loudly said, "Although Wei Bin is guilty, he did not use violence or coercion. Moreover, he confessed his crime on his own initiative. According to the law, Your Excellency should be given a lighter sentence." The director of the Ministry of Justice frowned. "Do I need you to teach me how to judge a case? If you dare to disturb my judgment again, you will be punished for disturbing the court." At this moment, the Assistant Minister of Justice, Zhou Zhong, calmly said, "Although Wei Bin is a criminal, he still has the right to defend himself. Wei Peng, if you have anything else to say to defend Wei Bin, come to the court and say it." The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue looked at the Assistant Minister of Justice with a grateful expression. He pushed Wei Peng and said, "Why aren't you going up?" Wei Peng walked up to the court and raised his head. "Apart from rape, Wei Bin's actions did not cause any other serious consequences. According to the law, he should be given a lighter sentence. The director of the Ministry of Justice glanced at Zhou Zhong. Seeing that he did not say anything, he felt somewhat uncertain. He then looked at Li Mu. Seeing that his expression was also calm, he finally decided to act according to the law. He did not favor Wei Bin, nor did he intentionally increase his punishment. If he acted according to the law, no one could blame him, right? The director of the Ministry of Justice cleared his throat and looked at Wei Peng. What you say makes sense. In view of Wei Bin's voluntary confession, I will give you a lighter sentence and sentence you to 5 years in prison. Outside the court, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue and Wei Bin's father let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wei Peng struck while the iron was hot. Sir, please wait. There are still some hidden facts to this case. Wei Bin has already confessed that apart from him, there were also the 100 River Academies Jiangzhi Jiyun, Songzhou and Yikang. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, the main culprit exposing the accomplices is a great merit and can be reduced or exempted from punishment. Although the crime of rape cannot be exempted, it can be reduced by at least 3 years. Hearing this, the director of the Ministry of Justice was stunned. This Wei Peng seemed to be very familiar with the law, but did he not know the difference between rape and rape? Rape of a woman was generally punished with 3 to 10 years in prison. Rape of a woman was extremely vile. The main culprit would be sentenced to at least the death penalty and could not be reduced. This law had been amended by Assistant Minister Zhou 5 years ago. Could it be that Wei Peng was looking at the unamended law of the Great Zhou from 5 years ago? Li Mu left his chair and walked up to the court. Under Wei Peng's somewhat frightened gaze, he patted his shoulder and said, "Listen to my advice. In the future, if there's nothing important, don't contact your second uncle's family." Chapter 251. Wei Peng looked at Li Mu in confusion, not knowing what was going on. The director of the Ministry of Justice came back to his senses and looked at Wei Bin again. He asked, "Are you saying that other than you there was someone else who raped the girl that night? Did you gang rape her?" The sentence had been reduced from 7 years to 5 years. Wei Bin nodded repeatedly and said, "There was also Jiangzhi Jiyun, Songzhou and Yikang. There were 5 of us." The director of the Ministry of Justice rubbed his forehead and began to realize the seriousness of the matter. Gang rape with more than 2 people had already exceeded the limit of a 10-year sentence. Gang rape with 5 people was the worst type of crime. It was unpardonable, and there was no doubt that the main culprit would be sentenced to death. Even the important accomplices would not be able to escape death. It was nothing more than sentencing Wei Bin to death. Among all the death sentences, death by beheading was undoubtedly the lightest. Worse than death by beheading, there were also dismemberment by 5 horses, death by 1,000 cuts, and even torture against the soul. Just thinking about it made one shudder. Wei Bin was a member of the academy after all. He did not know what to do. He looked at the assistant director of the Ministry of Justice and gave him a questioning look. Zhou Zhong stood up and said, "Just sentence it as it should be." The director of the Ministry of Justice took a deep breath and looked at Wei Bin again. He asked, "Who came up with the idea of gang raping the girl?" Wei Bin said, "It was Jiangzhi." The director of the Ministry of Justice continued to ask, "Who tricked the girl into going to the inn?" Wei Bin said, "It was me. It was Ji Yun who drugged her." "Sir, I've already confessed. Can I not go to jail?" The director of the Ministry of Justice sighed and said, "You don't have to go to jail." Wei Bin's face lit up with ecstasy. "Really?" Wei Bin's father also looked happy. As an official, the director of the Ministry of Revenue instinctively felt that something was wrong. Wei Peng's face was full of disbelief. Once a woman was raped, there was no way to escape punishment. How could Wei Bin not have to go to jail? At this moment, the director of the Ministry of Justice continued, "According to the 36th article of the 2nd volume of the Law of Great Zhou, Wei Bin, Jiangzhi and Ji Yun, as the main culprits of the gang rape case, are sentenced to death. The others are to be sent back to the Yamen for trial." Wei Bin was stunned for a moment and the smile on his face froze. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. His sentence had clearly been reduced from 7 years to 5 years. How did it suddenly become a death sentence? Wei Bin's father rushed to the court and said in shock, "Lord, how could this be? You can't judge him like this. You can't judge him like this." Wei Peng cried out loudly, "My lord, this is against the law." The director of the Ministry of Justice ordered one of the bailiffs, "Show him the law of Great Zhou from our Yamen." The bailiff left the court and soon came back with a thick book and handed it to Wei Peng. As soon as he held the book, Wei Peng felt that it was completely different from the Law of Great Zhou that he had been reading these days. This book was slightly heavier and thicker than the ones he had been reading. The pages also looked like they needed to be updated. The pages of his Law of Great Zhou were already yellowed. He skillfully flipped to the second volume and sure enough he found an additional explanation after that law. Under the crime of rape, if there were 2 or more people taking turns, the punishment would be severe. If there were 5 or more people taking turns, the main offender and important accomplices would be executed at the very least. Wei Peng's body trembled, and the Law of Great Zhou in his hand fell to the ground. All this time he had been studying the outdated law, forgetting to eat and sleep. His face was filled with grief and indignation as he lamented, "Yang Xiu has wronged me." Li Mu returned to his position. At this point in the investigation, Wei Bin Jiangzhe and the other 2 could not escape death. Even if Wei Bin was willing to plead guilty, it could not change this fact. Whether he was willing to plead guilty or not, the Ministry of Justice could easily obtain the complete truth from him. Apart from Wei Bin and Jiangzhe, there were 3 more people from the Hundred Rivers Academy that needed to be arrested. Li Mu walked to the director of the Ministry of Justice and said, "There are 3 more criminals from the Hundred Rivers Academy. I know that Lord Yang is afraid of the Academy. My divine capital Yamen will help you capture this person. What do you think, Lord Yang?" The director of the Ministry of Justice was worried about this matter. When he heard this he said happily, "That's naturally the best." Li Mu walked past Wei Bin and the others and strode out of the Ministry of Justice. He said to Wang Wu and the others who were waiting outside, "Let's go back to the Hundred Rivers Academy." The group of people returned to the Hundred Rivers Academy from the Ministry of Justice. Along the way they were surrounded by people. "Bastards. The Academy has taught a bunch of bastards. Calling them bastards is an insult to bastards. They are worse than bastards. What's the point of an academy like this existing? It's better to disband it." After learning about the atrocities of the Academy students from Wang Wu and the others, the crowd was immediately enraged. They rushed toward the Hundred Rivers Academy in a mighty manner. The higher the Academy's status in the hearts of the people, the worse the fall would be when they fell from the altar. In the past, no one in the divine capital dared to reprimand the Academy. During this period of time, Li Mu had undoubtedly become the spiritual leader of the people. Li Mu could also clearly feel the people's love and faith in him. This kind of love and faith was difficult to form but easy to collapse. From beginning to end he had to stand on the side of justice. At the entrance of the Hundred Rivers Academy, the old man appeared and said angrily, "Wei Bin has already been given to you. What are you doing here?" Li Mu said indifferently, "Wei Bin has already confessed a few of his accomplices. They are called Jiyun, Songzhou and Yikang. Come out and go to the Ministry of Justice for trial." The old man's expression froze. He keenly sensed the danger. In just half a month, the Academy had already had 5 students tied up in court. Although this was nothing to the hundreds of students in the Hundred Rivers Academy, it was a bad start. He quickly returned to the Academy and reported this matter to the Vice President. Vice President Chen's entire face was dark. He said gloomily, "3 more. Get those 3 bastards to come see me." Not long after, Jiyun, Songzhou and Yi Tsong were summoned. The 3 of them seemed to have known what would happen. They lowered their heads and said nothing with pale faces. Vice President Chen said angrily, "What did the 3 of you do? Tell me honestly." The 3 of them shuddered for a moment before they told him everything that had happened. "Gang rape?" Vice President Chen looked at them in a daze. A moment later he laughed loudly. Good. These are the good students that my Hundred Rivers Academy has taught." Jiangzhe's case did not cause any serious consequences, but it was different this time. The Academy was established because the quality of Great Zhou's officials was uneven at that time. Emperor Wen ordered people to establish the Academy and recruit students with clean backgrounds. He had them study the books of the sages in the Academy and cultivate their virtue. At the same time he had them learn how to rule a country, divine abilities and spells to protect a region. Unexpectedly, 100 years later, the students of the Academy, the future officials of Great Zhou, became criminals of gang rape. Vice President Chen waved his hand and said, "Send them out and expel them from the Academy. The Ministry of Justice can deal with them however they want." When the 3 of them heard this, their expressions changed drastically. "No, Vice President. Vice President, save us. Vice President, we know our mistakes. We won't dare to do it again." Vice President Chen shook his head and said, "If admitting your mistakes can atone for your crimes, then what's the use of the law? The Academy did not teach you how to be a good person. It's the vice president and the instructor's fault. Today I'll teach you one last principle. You have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. Ji-yun, Song-jo, and Yi-tsung were sent out with their hands tied behind their backs. This time, the people of the 100 Rivers Academy did not say anything. Not long after, in the Ministry of Justice's court. Apart from Jiang-je, who was already in the Ministry of Justice's prison, Ji-yun, Song-jo, Yi-tsung, and Wei-bin were all kneeling in front of the court. Damn you, Wei-bin. Didn't you say you wouldn't rat us out? If I knew this day would come, I wouldn't have believed you. You can't escape, so you want to drag us down with you? Ji-yun, Song-jo, and Yi-tsung looked at Wei-bin, who was kneeling in a daze in the court. It was as if his soul had left his body. Wei-bin's eyes were lifeless. He knelt there in a daze as if his soul had been taken away. Wei Peng's reaction was not any better. He stood outside the court with a blank expression. Initially, the Minister of Justice had already sentenced Wei Bin to 7 years of imprisonment. Wei Bin only needed to lose 7 years of freedom, and after he was released he would still be able to enjoy a luxurious life. However, after his defense, Wei Bin's 7 years of imprisonment was turned into a death sentence. He had no idea how to face his uncle's family. Wei Bin's father was on the verge of collapsing. He shook Wei Peng's shoulder and said, "Give me back my son, give me back my son." Chapter 252. Bang. The Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue knocked his brother unconscious and ordered his 2 attendants, "Take him back." Wei Peng looked at the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue. His lips moved and he said with difficulty, "Father." The Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue shook his head and said, "This is his fate. It has nothing to do with you." Zhou Zhong walked out of the court and said to the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, "I have done my best." From the moment they stepped into the Ministry of Justice, the Assistant Minister of Justice, Zhou Zhong, had been making things easy for them. He had even made an exception and allowed Wei Peng to defend himself in court. The Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue clasped his fists and said, "I will remember Lord Zhou's kindness and will repay it in the future." Zhou Zhong looked at Wei Peng and a strange light flashed through his eyes. He said, "Minister-Counselor Wei's son is a promising talent. If he can enter the academy, his future achievements will be even greater than yours." The Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue had only recently discovered that his son, who he had thought was destined to not have any great achievements, had a keen sense of the law. However, at that moment his thoughts had changed. He said politely, "My son's talent is dull and was once rejected by the academy. But Wei Bin was chosen by the academy. Unfortunately, Sai, this may be the fate of the Wei family." Zhou Zhong only glanced at Wei Peng and said, "This copy of the law of the great Zhou is for you." Wei Peng's expression was absent-minded. He mechanically raised his head to look at Zhou Zhong and murmured, "Thank you, Lord." In the court, the director of the Ministry of Justice had already asked about the ins and outs of the case. In this rape case, Wei Bin was undoubtedly the main culprit, and Jiang Zhe and Ji Yun were important accomplices. According to the law, these 3 people would be executed. The other 2's crimes were lighter, but they could only keep their lives. They had to spend the rest of their lives in prison and do heavy labor. As students of the academy, they should have had the brightest future. In the future they would have had a great chance like him to enter the court and wield power. Unfortunately, they had developed evil thoughts in their hearts and acted on them. More importantly, when they met Li Mu, their lives had taken an irreversible turn. He glanced at the 4 people kneeling in front of the hall and said, "Go to the prison and bring Jiangzhe here." Jiangzhe had been sentenced to 10 years in prison for attempted rape. He was still in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. After a few days, another crime he had committed had been dug up. Execution was the lightest punishment, and it would save a lot of food for the imperial court. The prison of the Ministry of Justice. Jiangzhe leaned against the wall, wearing a white prison uniform. His face was dirty, his hair was messy, and his expression was dull. He did not look as handsome as he did in the academy. After the attempted rape was exposed, not only was his reputation ruined, but he was also expelled from the academy. One day he was still a high-spirited student of the academy. The next day he became a prisoner of the Ministry of Justice. Even his cultivation had been crippled. Right now he didn't have any magic power left in his body. His dantian was broken, so he couldn't cultivate again. Even in this dark prison he couldn't stay for long. Other than having his freedom restricted, he still had to do heavy labor. He wanted to go out, he wanted to go back to the academy, and he wanted to enjoy all kinds of women. However, this was just an extravagant hope. His only hope was that after 10 years, when his imprisonment was over, even if he couldn't enter the imperial court as an official, he could rely on his family's wealth to resume his previous life. These days, he had been comforting himself with this thought. Suddenly he heard footsteps. A jailer opened the door and said to Jiangzhe, "The Lord summons you. Come with us." Jiangzhe was stunned. He immediately jumped up and asked loudly, "Did the academy uphold justice for me? I don't have to go to prison anymore?" The jailer nodded and said, "No, you don't have to anymore." There was nothing to investigate about Wei Bin's case. He had confessed everything at the beginning. Later, the Ministry of Justice performed a soul search on them and completely confirmed their crimes. Wei Bin, Jiangzhe, and Ji Yun were sentenced to death because they were the main culprits and accomplices of serious crimes. The other two could forget about getting out in this lifetime. When the verdict was announced, countless people clapped their hands and cheered. Even the notorious Ministry of Justice was praised by the people, which was rare. Of course, the one who benefited the most was Li Mu. He was the one who redressed the grievances of the Su family's woman. He was also the one who brought Wang Wu and the others to the academy to arrest the people. The invisible psyche power in his body was so dense that it was almost tangible. It laid a solid foundation for his cultivation in the future. It was worth mentioning that Wei Peng, the son of the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, had changed his usual playboy ways. The story of him putting righteousness before family began to spread among the people. It was said that the Ministry of Justice's initial sentence for Wei Bin was 7 years in prison. Later, Wei Peng felt the misery of the Su family's woman. In the court of the Ministry of Justice, he defended Wei Bin with all his might. Finally, Wei Bin's sentence of 7 years in prison was changed to a death sentence. The prodigal had turned over a new leaf. Many people no longer harped on Wei Peng's past bullying of the people. They regarded him as a role model for playboys in Luoyang. Outside the east gate of Luoyang, the director of the Ministry of Justice grabbed a few sticks from the pot and threw them out. He said in a deep voice, "The time has come. Carry out the execution." The executioner raised his broadsword. With a flash, the heads of Wei Bin, Jiangzhe, and Ji Yun fell to the ground. Their souls scattered. Beside Li Mu, a woman with a dazed face looked at the 3 rolling heads. She suddenly burst into tears. She cried heartbrokenly. Shopkeeper Su hugged her. The man could not help but cry out as well. He comforted her, "My poor Yao Yao. It's okay. It's okay. The villains who harmed you are all dead. They're all dead." Seeing her cry so sadly, Li Mu was relieved. She was humiliated by Wei Bin and the others. Her mind was badly damaged and she had sealed her heart. No fulu or elixir could cure her. That was why Li Mu asked shopkeeper Su to bring her here to watch the execution. When she saw the 3 people being executed, the knot in her heart was untied. Shopkeeper Su pulled her to kneel on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. He said gratefully, "Constable Li, I can't repay your kindness. If you have any orders in the future, I'll do it even if I have to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire." The woman also cried, "Thank you, Constable Li, for upholding justice for me." Li Mu helped them up and said, "You're welcome. It's my duty. What do you plan to do next?" Shopkeeper Su said, "I want to send Yao Yao to her grandmother's house and let her rest for a few days." Li Mu thought about it and said, "That's fine. After all, Luoyang had left too many painful memories for her. A temporary change of environment would be good for her recovery." They did not have to worry about the revenge of the academy or the Wei family. This case was different from the case of Xiaoyu in Yang County. Wei Bin's case had attracted too much attention in Luoyang. The academy and the Wei family had better pray that nothing happened to them. Once something happened to the father and daughter of the Su family, even if it was not their fault, everyone would blame them. After returning from the execution ground, Li Mu opened the door. Xiao Bai ran out of the kitchen wearing an apron and said, "Benefactor, please wait a moment. The food will be ready soon." Seeing the bloody scene on the execution ground, Li Mu still felt depressed when he came back. However, when he saw Xiao Bai's smiling face, his depression disappeared without a trace. Li Mu walked into the kitchen and said, "Let me do the rest. After dinner, I'll teach you Taoism." After the demon clan transformed, they could learn the Taoism and Abhijna of the human clan. In addition to their strong bodies, they could often suppress human cultivators if their Dharma powers were not too different. Xiao Bai had already transformed for some time. She had an endless supply of spiritual jades for cultivation and her dharma powers were growing rapidly. It would not be long before she grew a fourth tail and condensed a demon pill. Li Mu knew that he was the only person Xiaobai could rely on now. He had never been stingy when it came to Xiaobai. Whether it was defensive or offensive dharma treasures, she had the best. She even had a lot of powerful earth-rank fulu. She had an endless supply of spiritual jades for cultivation. Li Mu had also taught her the Buddhist incantation of 9 words. Now she looked like a 3-tailed spiritual fox. However, in a real fight she could suppress a 4-tailed demon fox and a 4th-realm human cultivator. Even if Li Mu was not by her side, she could still protect herself to a certain extent. Of course, in Li Mu's eyes this was far from enough. Putting aside the fact that she still had to avenge her grandmother and her entire clan, in order to stand firmly behind the Empress, he had already offended all the people and forces that he could and could not afford to offend in the deity's capital. Even if he was being targeted now, he still could not figure out who was behind it. The 6 ministries and 9 temples, the academy, the Zhou family, the Shao clan, it was all possible. They could not find a way to break through Li Mu. It was inevitable that they would attack those around him. Especially what Li Mu was about to do next, it would completely offend the academy. He did not care about himself, but he had to consider Xiaobai's safety. After tomorrow's morning court, he planned to ask the Empress for a heaven-rank fulu for protection. If the Empress did not give it to him, Li Mu would have to reconsider their relationship. He had offended so many people for her and was in great danger. As Li Mu's only backer, if she did not even care about Li Mu's safety, then it would be difficult for him to work for her in the future. Chapter 253. In the Ziwei Palace. Although the 100 Rivers Academy was highly respected and had sent countless officials to the imperial court for more than 100 years, its reputation in Luoyang had plummeted due to the recent events. Led by the censorate, more than a dozen officials presented their reports in the morning court. They pointed out that the 100 Rivers Academy was not strict in teaching and that the students had committed crimes. The purpose of the establishment of the academy was to improve the quality of the officials and to benefit the people. It was hard to imagine that the students of the academy had repeatedly raped women. If such a person were to enter the imperial court in the future, wouldn't it be a disaster for the people of the Great Zhou dynasty? Before the scandal broke out in the academy, the vice principal or instructor of the Baichuan Academy liked to make impassioned remarks in the morning court. After Wei Bin, Jiangzhe, and the others were exposed, they never appeared in court again. The officials from the Qingyun Academy and the Myriad Scroll Academy naturally wouldn't defend the 100 Rivers Academy. For a time, there was a rare situation where the officials accused the academy. Of course, the actions of individual students couldn't implicate the entire academy. The Empress only ordered the 100 Rivers Academy to restrain the students and prevent such incidents from happening again. After the morning court ended and the officials left, Li Mu was still in the palace. Mr. Mei walked over and asked, "Is there anything else?" Li Mu said tactfully, "In the past 2 months, in order to help Her Majesty clean up the evil tendencies in Luoyang and unite the people, I've offended all the officials and nobles in Luoyang and even the academy. What if they attack me behind my back?" Mr. Mei comforted him. "Don't worry. If they dare to attack you in Luoyang, they won't be able to hide it from Her Majesty. No one has the guts." Li Mu said, "It's better to be safe than sorry." Mr. Mei understood Li Mu's intention and said helplessly, "I'll ask Her Majesty." She left the palace and soon came back with a fulu in her hand. Li Mu wasn't good at writing talismans, but he was knowledgeable. The fulu's spiritual power was restrained and looked ordinary, but it gave Li Mu a familiar feeling. The golden armor talisman gave him the same feeling. Obviously this was a heaven-rank fulu. Mr. Mei handed the fulu to Li Mu and said, "His Majesty gave this to you. Keep it with you. When you are in danger you don't need to activate it. It will protect you. This talisman can block a cultivator of the 6th realm for a moment. Once it is activated, His Majesty will be able to sense it immediately." The Empress was still as generous as ever. This way Xiaobai's safety would be guaranteed. Li Mu accepted the fulu and said, "Please thank His Majesty for me." Mr. Mei rolled his eyes at him and said, "You are the only one who can ask for a reward from His Majesty." Li Mu felt that there was nothing wrong with his way of doing things. In his heart, the relationship between him and the Empress was not that of a monarch and his subject, but that of a boss and an employee. The premise for Li Mu to work for her was that she could afford to pay him satisfactory remuneration. An employee could do anything for her boss, but the premise was that she had to give him grass. A boss who let the horse run but didn't give the horse grass would not be able to recruit loyal employees. Leaving the palace, Li Mu passed by a jewelry store and bought a protective talisman that could be hung around his neck. He replaced the talisman to ward off evil spirits and put in the heaven-rank protective talisman that the Empress had just given him. Back home, Li Mu gave the protective talisman to Xiao Bai and said, "Wear this. Don't take it off at any time." Xiao Bai obediently tied the red thread around her neck and then stuffed the protective talisman into her chest. Li Mu's throat moved and he looked away without leaving a trace. He said, "Okay, go and cultivate." People were used to describing women who were fatally charming to men as fox spirits. There was a reason for this. The 17-year-old Xiao Bai was already so charming. In a few years she would be so charming that all men would fall head over heels for her. Li Mu had never seen other fox spirits, but he was sure that not every fox could be as beautiful as this after transforming into a human form. After recovering from Xiao Bai's charm, Li Mu began to think about the academy. He had only taken a small step forward and it was far from victory. Every academy in Luoyang had more than 100 years of history. A few tainted students could not shake their foundation. If he wanted to change the academy's control of the imperial court, he had to find a good reason for the Empress. Baichuan Academy. In response to the recent crisis of the academy's trust, Vice Principal Chen gathered all the instructors of the academy and warned them seriously, "Restrain your students. If there is nothing important, do not leave the academy. If any of them commit crimes and tarnish the academy's reputation, no matter how big or small, they will all be expelled from the academy." All the instructors nodded and said yes. This crisis of the academy's reputation was the first since its establishment. If they were not careful, they would destroy the academy's century-old reputation. One of the instructors said, "Today in the imperial court, the officials from Clear Sky Academy and Myriad Scroll Academy slandered our Baichuan Academy. We cannot give them another chance." Another instructor snorted coldly. "What qualifications do they have to slander us? Apart from White Deer Academy, the students of Green Cloud Academy and Myriad Scroll Academy aren't any better than us. In my opinion, we should expose the dirty deeds of their academies and let everyone see." "Stupid." Vice Principal Chen glanced at him and said, "Can't you see that this is Her Majesty's intention? She has long been dissatisfied with the officials from the Great Zhou leaving the academy. If we drag Clear Sky Academy and Myriad Scroll Academy down, won't it give Her Majesty a good reason?" The other instructors heard this and came to a realization. The four academies had always been on the same side when it came to selecting officials for the imperial court. If the four academies were the first to have internal strife, then the one who would be the happiest would be the Empress, who had long wanted to deal with the academy. No matter if it was Baichuan Academy, Clear Sky Academy, or Myriad Scroll Academy, the Empress wanted to see any of them fall. What she wanted to see more was the four academies killing each other. Fortunately, Vice Principal Chen reminded them. Otherwise they wouldn't have thought of this. "I didn't expect a woman like Her Majesty to be so scheming. She wants to sit by and watch the academies fight amongst themselves. Her intentions are sinister. We can't let her succeed." Vice Principal Chen let out a long sigh and said, "The academies have existed for so long, and there are indeed many problems that have arisen internally. This wasn't the academy's intention. The academies can slowly correct these problems, but if Her Majesty takes the opportunity to interfere and change the structure of the imperial court, I'm afraid that in a few decades, the four academies will only exist in name." One of the instructors said worriedly, "Clear Sky Academy and Myriad Scroll Academy aren't much better than Baichuan Academy. It's very easy for them to find out about the dirty deeds their students have done. I'm afraid that even if we don't do anything, someone else will." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man guarding the entrance of Baichuan Academy hurriedly ran in and said, "Principal, bad news. Li Mu is here again." Li Mu asked Wang Wu and the others to set up a table in a shady corner at the entrance of Baichuan Academy. There was a brush and ink placed on the table. He moved a chair over and sat down behind the desk with a grand air of grandeur. Several instructors walked out of Baichuan Academy. The leader angrily scolded, "What are you doing here again?" Li Mu turned around and put his arm on the chair. He said, "In order to clean up the unhealthy practices in Luoyang and return the people a clear sky, the Luoyang government has started a street activity. From today onwards, if the people want to report a case, they don't have to go to the government office. They just have to do it here." The instructor said, "If you want to do it somewhere else. This is the academy, not the Luoyang government's place." The academy didn't stop the Luoyang government from handling cases, but he put it at the entrance of the academy. Those who didn't know would think that the academy was bullying the people and he was here to support them. Li Mu said, "This place is big and spacious. Besides, I'm not blocking your way. This is the academy's place, but it's also the land of the Great Zhou. This place has been temporarily expropriated by the Luoyang government." Under Li Mu's gaze, Wang Wu rolled the paper in his hand into a loudspeaker and shouted, "Those who come from the south and those who come from the north, come and take a look. Constable Li is handling a case here today. Everyone, if you have any grievances, please seek justice. If you have any grievances, please seek revenge." Chapter 254. The academy was not on the busiest main street of Luoyang. There were not many passers-by at the entrance. After Wang Wu shouted a few times, the passers-by began to gather here. Soon, even the people on the main street were attracted here. The entrance of Baichuan Academy was crowded with people. The people who came late stood outside the crowd and tiptoed to look inside. What's going on inside? What's going on? Why is there an extra table at the entrance of the academy? Why is Constable Li here? Is Constable Li here to cause trouble for the academy again? After the crowd asked around, they found out that Li Mu was not here to cause trouble for the academy. He was here to redress the grievances of the people and uphold justice. To the people of Luoyang, the government was full of mystery and fear. There was a saying among the people, "The entrance of the government office faces the south. Those who are in the right but have no money should not enter." The government office was never a place to uphold justice for the people. Many innocent people who entered the government office felt even more wronged. The procedure to report a case to the government office was cumbersome and there was a high chance that it would not end well. Over time, the people no longer trusted the government office. They would rather be wronged than report a case to the government office. However, Constable Li, who had upheld justice for the people many times, was sitting behind the table at the entrance of Baichuan Academy. The words "government office" and "report a case" seemed to have no distance with the people. All of this originated from the serious environment of the government office. It became a familiar scene for the people on the streets. More importantly, they trusted Li Mu. The people were afraid of the government officials. However, Constable Li patrolled the streets all day long. Most people had greeted and talked to him. Just seeing his face made them feel close to him. For a moment, the people who passed by complained about their grievances. Those who were innocent also stood aside to watch the show. A man bravely walked forward and said, "Constable Li, the shopkeeper of the butcher's shop in the west of the city, owes me 2 taels of silver. He refuses to admit it. Can the government office help me collect the debt?" Li Mu looked at Deputy Constable Sun and said, "Old Sun, go with him and have a look." Deputy Constable Sun was in the state of just hen. It was more than enough for him to deal with this kind of civil dispute. Deputy Constable Sun saluted Li Mu and left with the man. The crowd stood at the side and watched for a while. They realized that Constable Li really wanted to uphold justice for the people of Luoyang. Those who had been wronged stopped watching and boldly walked forward. "Constable Li, my family's land has been invaded. Constable Li, my chickens were stolen yesterday. Constable Li, a student of Baichuan Academy once violated my daughter. The students of the Baichuan Academy are still in my wine shop, refusing to return the wine on credit." Li Mu asked Wang Wu and the others to deal with the case of land embezzlement and chicken theft. He said to the last 2 people, "Come, the 2 of you, tell me your grievances in detail." A middle-aged man said angrily, "This commoner's daughter was once made drunk by a student of the academy and cheated of her virginity. Now she can't even get married. She stays at home every day washing her face with tears." The owner of the wine shop said, "I can testify that the students of the 3 academies often mingle with women and go in and out of inns and restaurants." In a few days, Li Mu's table was moved from the entrance of the Baichuan Academy to the street in front of the Qingyun Academy. It was in the tea house opposite the Myriad Scroll Academy. Through the reports of the people and his investigation, Li Mu found that Wei Bin Jiangzhe and the others were definitely not special cases of the Baichuan Academy. These students relied on their status as students of the academy. Although they did not bully the people, they were passionate about seducing women. It had even become a trend. They would even compare themselves with each other. They would compare who had obtained the most chastity from women in a month, and who had slept with a strange woman the fastest. The winner could even gain some benefits from the loser. The academy was the cradle of cultivating officials for the imperial court. The status of the students of the academy naturally rose. The students of the academy were the future pillars of the imperial court. They should be elegant, knowledgeable, and have a bright future. Such men were the best choices for women. With their status as students of the academy, they could easily get to know all kinds of women. In the beginning, a man and a woman would just talk about romance and ideals. Soon they would talk about sex. Among them, some of the women were willing. They hoped to find a good son-in-law. When he entered the officialdom, they could become the wife of an official. From then on, they could live a life of luxury and live a carefree life. However, they did not know that the students of the academy just wanted to cheat their feelings and bodies. For this kind of scumbag men, they could only be condemned morally but could not be punished legally. Men and women were willing. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame those women for not seeing the true colors of the scumbag men. They had to bear the consequences of their own decisions. If the girls were unwilling, students like Wei Bin and Jiangzhe would resort to violence or force them to get drunk and knock them out to achieve their goals. This kind of thing was not new to the students of the academy. Not all women would have sex with them in a short period of time. Some impatient people would resort to raping or drugging women to take their bodies. After the matter was exposed, many victims and their families did not dare to offend the academy and could only swallow their anger. For example, shopkeeper Su did not succeed in reporting the students of the academy to the Ministry of Justice. Instead, they were threatened. Li Mu had now gained the trust of the people of the divine capital. In just 3 days, he had received dozens of reports of the students of the academy raping women. Considering that some of the women's families were afraid of the academy and did not dare to stand up, the number would only be higher. This involved not only the 100 Rivers Academy, but also the Azure Cloud Academy and the Myriad Scroll Academy. Only the White Deer Academy did not have such a case because of its closed management and strict requirements for its students. How was this an academy that nurtured talents for the imperial court? It was clearly a cradle for rapists. Even if the number of students was less than 1/10 of the total number of students in the academy and could not represent the entire academy, it was still shocking that 1 out of every 10 students had a record of raping women. It was hard to imagine if such a person became an official in the future, what would his governance be like? Li Mu also did not know how many such talents the 3 academies had sent to the imperial court over the years. No wonder there would be officials like the magistrate of Yang County. The 3 academies were so ridiculous. Perhaps there were more than one Yang County in the hundreds of counties in the Great Zhou dynasty, and more than one Yang County in the hundreds of counties. Crepe Myrtle Hall. The morning assembly had just begun when a figure stood out from the corner and bowed. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial." The Empress's voice came from behind the curtain. "What is it, Minister Li?" Li Mu asked Shangguanli to hand over a memorial and said in a deep voice, "I recently found out that dozens of students from the 100 Rivers Academy, Azure Cloud Academy, and Myriad Scroll Academy have raped nearly 100 women in half a year. It is shocking. I don't know if the existence of these academies is to nurture talents for the imperial court or to nurture criminals for the Great Zhou." After a while, the Empress asked the young female official to hand over the memorial and said, "Everyone, please take a look." In the Ziwei Palace, Li Mu's memorial began to be read from the front to the back. All the officials who had read the memorial were silent. Behind the curtains, the Empress held a piece of paper that was sandwiched between the memorials. Chapter 255. Li Mu was trying his best to be the Empress's personal assistant. The Empress was alone and helpless in the court. Li Mu stood out and rebuked the officials for her. The Empress wanted to attack the academy. Li Mu set up the court at the entrance of the academy to collect evidence of the students' crimes. Even when he was writing memorials, he would meticulously prepare a speech for the Empress, unlike Gong Sunli, who stood outside the curtain like a robot and only knew how to pass on the Empress's words and shout, "Morning," and "Morning." It was a pity that there was no crooked tree behind the Ziwei Palace. Otherwise, these words would be more impactful. The Empress' dignified voice echoed in the palace. Every word she said was like a sword that stabbed into the hearts of the officials. Li Mu had said something similar. However, he was only a small constable and a small censor. He had no right to say such things. In the entire Great Zhou, only the Empress had the right to say such things. The continuation of the Great Zhou depended on the psyche power of the people of the 36 counties. This was a fact that everyone knew. The psyche power was not only a sign that the court had won the hearts of the people. The Emperor's qi in the ancestral temple was also condensed from the psyche power of the people of the Great Zhou. When the court lost the hearts of the people, internal and external troubles came in waves. This was the reason why the previous dynasty fell. Even the important officials of the old and new parties fell into deep thought. Whether the Xiao or the Zhou family would take the throne of the great Zhou was an irreconcilable conflict between them. However, neither the Xiao nor the Zhou family was willing to take over a broken country. If the great Zhou fell, what was the point of fighting over it? If the academy grew, it would not be good for the stability of the imperial power. Although they all wanted to borrow the power of the academy, they did not want the academy to suppress the imperial power. They did not want the great Zhou to be destroyed by the academy. Before Li Mu revealed these things, they did not realize that there was such a serious problem in the academy. Today's morning court ended in an extremely quiet atmosphere. The Empress did not continue the reform of the official selection system. She only urged the Ministry of Justice, the Shindu Yamen, the Censorate, and the Supreme Court to seriously deal with the students who committed crimes in the three major academies. Everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. After the students of the academy were dealt with, it was the academy's turn. After the morning court session, Li Mu was about to leave the palace, but Mr. Mei stopped him and whispered, "His Majesty summons you." Li Mu followed Mr. Mei to a garden in the back palace. There were hundreds of flowers in the garden. Many of the flowers that were not in season were blooming at the same time. A figure stood in front of them. She was wearing an imperial robe and a crown. However, her back was facing Li Mu. Li Mu could not see her face. Li Mu could only see a back view, but this back view looked very familiar. Based on his experience in observing women, he could infer that Her Majesty the Empress should be quite beautiful just by looking at her back. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Li Mu stood in the distance and bowed. "Your subject pays his respects to Your Majesty," the Empress said slowly, "No need for formalities." Her voice was very calm and soothing. Her tone alone could not guess her thoughts. She turned her back to Li Mu and seemed to be admiring the flowers. After a long time she spoke again. With her back to Li Mu, she asked again, "I want to build another academy outside the four academies. What do you think?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't think so." Gong suddenly frowned. Mr. Mei kept winking at Li Mu, but Li Mu pretended not to see it. He positioned himself as a counselor, not a lackey. If the Empress was criticized by the academy, he would stand up for her. If he thought what the Empress wanted to do was right, he would help her. However, if he did not agree with the Empress' idea, he would still raise it. The Empress was not angry. Her voice was still calm. "Tell me what you think." Li Mu said, "The three academies have developed to today's situation largely because the academies have monopolized the official positions in the imperial court. As long as the students of the academies can graduate from the academies, they can easily enter the imperial court. If the academies are not strictly managed, it is easy for them to breed arrogance and debauchery. Your Majesty, if you build another academy, it will be no different from the other academies." The Empress said, "In your opinion, how should the imperial court change this situation?" Li Mu said, "Open the imperial examination." The Empress paused and asked, "What is the imperial examination?" Li Mu explained, "The imperial court will no longer choose officials from the academies. Instead, they will choose officials through the examination. The examination must be fair, just, and open." Gong suddenly said, "The academy system was established by Emperor Wen. It has been more than 100 years. It is impossible for you to bypass the four academies. Not bypass, but take back the power to choose officials from the imperial court." Li Mu shook his head and said, "The existence of the academies is not completely a drawback. Although there has been a bad trend in the three academies over the years, there is no need to completely deny the academies. Most of the students of the academies are far better than ordinary people in terms of talent and virtue. The students of the academies can still participate in the imperial examination. They can also pass the examination more easily than those who are not from the academies. But through the selection of the imperial examination, the imperial court will no longer be completely decided by the academies. There will also be pressure among the students of the academies. The academies will be able to suppress the academies." Li Mu looked at the Empress's back and said, "The imperial examination is very conducive to the gathering of the people's faith. After the imperial examination, the people at the bottom will also have the qualifications to enter the imperial court. It will be very good to curb the situation of the students of the four academies. The poor officials who are promoted through the imperial examination will definitely be grateful to the imperial court and Your Majesty." The benefits of the imperial examination were needless to say. It could completely change the current deadlock of the imperial court in the Great Zhou and inject new vitality into the imperial court. As long as people were scientifically selected and this method of becoming an official didn't become rigid, even if the Great Zhou was destroyed in the future, the imperial examination would continue to exist. The Empress was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Open your mouth." Li Mu was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had misheard. A white light shot from the Empress's body into Li Mu's mouth. Li Mu could faintly see that it was a pill. The pill melted in his mouth, turning into a thick spiritual energy that surged into his limbs and bones. Large beads of sweat rolled down Li Mu's forehead. This spiritual energy was too large and violent. It reminded him of the situation when he was possessed by the Sage of 1,000 Illusions. Just as Li Mu felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, a gentle energy suddenly surged into his body. The source of this energy was the Empress, whose back was facing him. This energy was very gentle, like a spring breeze. However, under this gentle energy, the violent spiritual energy began to calm down and slowly flowed into Li Mu's dantian. Li Mu felt that the spiritual energy in his dantian was constantly rising, finally reaching a peak. At a certain moment, Li Mu suddenly felt that something in his body had broken. He tried to use the wholeness character of the 9 words mantra and found that this Tao technique, which he couldn't use before, no longer had any hindrances. This meant that he had stepped into the realm of supernatural powers. The middle realm that he had yearned for even in his dreams, had been easily attained. At this moment, Li Mu deeply felt that his initial decision to follow the Empress was indeed correct. She could give him whatever he wanted. Suppressing his joy, Li Mu bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Empress said lightly, "You are my man. The stronger you are, the more you can do for me." Li Mu finally had the opportunity to see the Empress face to face and ask her questions about cultivation. He looked up at the back of the Empress and asked, "Your Majesty, I encountered an inner demon during my cultivation. That inner demon occasionally appeared in my dreams, and it always took the form of a strange woman. Your Majesty's cultivation is very profound. I would like to ask Your Majesty, what should I do to defeat the inner demon?" Mr. May's face changed. He lowered his head to hide his expression. The Empress said, "The inner demon is born in your heart. Only you can defeat it. No one else can help you." He didn't expect that even a master of the upper 3 realms couldn't do anything about his inner demon. Li Mu sighed and said, "I understand." The Empress said slowly, "I will carefully consider the matter of the imperial examination. You can go back first." Li Mu bowed and said, "I will take my leave." Li Mu finally had the opportunity to be so close to the Empress, but he still couldn't see her face. This made him feel a little regretful. But this regret was quickly washed away by the joy of leveling up. Li Mu happily returned to the yamen and saw Wang Wu and the others gathered together. Their heads were facing in and their butts were facing out. He didn't know what they were doing sneakily. Li Mu coughed. They immediately stood up straight and said, "Boss?" Li Mu looked at them and asked, "What are you looking at?" Wang Wu put one hand behind his back and said, "Nothing." Li Mu stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me." Wang Wu sighed and put a booklet in Li Mu's hand. Li Mu looked at the booklet in his hand and saw the words, "100 Beauties of Shendu," written on it. Li Mu put the booklet in his sleeve and went back to his room. He looked at it with interest and said, "You're not allowed to look at these things when you're in the yamen. I'll confiscate it." He originally thought that it was a restricted booklet, but after opening it he found that the women in it were all wearing clothes. He flipped to the front page and read the introduction of the booklet. He learned that it was an atlas of Shendu drawn by an artist in Shendu. It included more than 100 beautiful women in Shendu. Li Mu casually flipped through a few pages and a face that made him yearn for day and night came into view. It was a young girl. She was only 16 or 17 years old. Her face was 80 to 90% similar to Lu Hanyan. At the bottom left of the portrait there was a note. Lu Hanyan, musician of Miaoying Street. Her zither skills were the best in Shendu. Clearly, this was her when she was a young girl. This painting was at least 5 or 6 years ago. Li Mu had never seen her at this time. Li Mu stared at the portrait of her when she was a young girl for a long time. The yearning in his heart deepened. He was about to close the booklet when he accidentally glanced at the portrait of a woman on the next page. Seeing the woman's face, Li Mu's body shook. This woman was exactly the same as the woman he often dreamed of. Chapter 256. Li Mu looked at the woman in the album carefully and confirmed that she looked very similar to his inner demon. Although the woman in the painting was younger, there was no doubt that this was a portrait of her from a few years ago, just like Lu Hanyan's portrait. Li Mu thought that his inner demon was a figment of his imagination. He didn't expect to find the original in reality. He looked at the bottom left corner of the portrait and found the woman's information. There were 2 lines of words at the bottom left corner of the portrait. Zhou Yi, eldest daughter of Minister Zhou Jing, now the crown princess. She has an extraordinary appearance and outstanding cultivation talent. It is said that the crown prince doesn't like her. She has been married for 2 years and is still a virgin. Li Mu stood there in a daze, his mind blank. This was the first time he heard the name Zhou Yi. But wasn't the daughter of Minister Zhou Jing the former crown princess, the current empress? This album looked quite old. It was at least 5 years ago. At that time the empress was still the crown princess, and the artist didn't have to be so secretive. But even 5 years ago this kind of thing should be discussed in private in a small circle. It couldn't be brought out in public. Of course this wasn't important to Li Mu. The important thing was, how could his inner demon be Her Majesty the Empress? This couldn't be a coincidence. There was no such coincidence in the world. He had never seen the Empress's true face. How could he imagine her in his dream? The only possibility was that the woman in his dream wasn't some inner demon. She was the Empress herself. With her level 7 cultivation she could easily use the dream transference technique to invade Li Mu's dream. But why did she invade Li Mu's dream? Why did she ravage him in his dream? Li Mu thought about it carefully and soon remembered that every time the Empress appeared in his dreams and brutally ravaged him, it was when he was gossiping about the Empress. For example, whether she was still a virgin, whether she didn't get along with the former crown prince. He was so gossipy during the day, and he would be beaten up in his dream at night. No wonder Mr. May's expression was so strange when he saw the image of the woman in his dream. No wonder when the Empress summoned him, her back was facing him. When he saw the picture album, all the mysteries in Li Mu's heart were solved. It's fake. It was all fake. Her Majesty the Empress being magnanimous and magnanimous was all a lie. On the surface she didn't seem to care about anything, but in fact she had already thought about how to take revenge tonight. What made Li Mu even more unimaginable was how she knew that he was gossiping about her. Although transcending realm powerhouses possessed remarkable abilities, they didn't have clairvoyant eyes and ears. They didn't have the ability to know everything under the heavens without leaving their homes. No matter what, the mystery that had troubled him for many days was finally solved. At this moment, Li Mu didn't know whether to be happy or worried. He did not give birth to an inner demon. This was naturally a joyous matter, but the truth was even more terrifying than the birth of an inner demon. Li Mu closed the album. After calming himself down, he carefully analyzed the situation. If the Empress really wanted to blame him, she could casually find a reason to make Li Mu suffer. However, she only beat him up in his dream. In reality, she doted on Li Mu in every possible way. She gave him magic weapons, spiritual jades, tributes, and even personally helped Li Mu break through the realm. This showed that she didn't intend to pursue the matter. This made Li Mu comfort himself, but at the same time he felt that it was difficult to adapt. The Empress gave him the feeling that she was powerful and majestic. What she showed in front of the ministers and Li Mu was indeed such an image. No one knew that the Empress had another face that would reveal itself at night. At this time Wang Wu slipped in from outside and said, "Boss, I know I was wrong. I won't be lazy in the future. Can you return that book to me? It took me a lot of effort to find it." Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "What book?" Wang Wu looked at the album on the table. He knew that although it was close at hand, it no longer belonged to him. He shook his head and said sadly, "It's nothing. I'm going down." After taking 2 steps he turned back and reminded him again, "Boss, you can read this book by yourself. Don't spread it out. This thing was banned back then and now it contains disrespectful content. You can't let anyone know about it." The great disrespect was naturally referring to the portrait of the Empress. Now she was no longer the daughter of the Zhou family, nor was she the crown princess. According to the law, she should be beheaded for privately drawing a portrait of the emperor. Perhaps the person who drew this portrait would never have imagined that the crown princess would become the future empress. Otherwise he would not dare to gossip about her in the book. Zhou Yi, the name sounds good. After becoming the empress no one dared to mention her original name. Although Li Mu was determined to be the Empress's bodyguard, this was the first time he heard her name. Li Mu did not dare to look at the Empress again. He looked at the portrait and thought about Lu Hanyan for a while. Then he put away the album and sat cross-legged on the bed. Now, with the help of the Empress, he had successfully advanced to the Abhijna level and stepped into the middle 3 realms of cultivation. The middle 3 realms were a watershed for cultivators. Cultivators in the Immortal realm could only use some small spells that borrowed wind and fog. Once they stepped into the Abhijna level, they could come into contact with the truly mysterious world of cultivation. Walking on water and sitting on fire, entering the water to control the wind, swallowing knives and spitting flames, moving in the opposite direction, gathering beasts and regulating birds, and using great strength to restrict. After stepping into the Abhijna level, the number of Abhijna spells a cultivator could use would greatly increase, and they would all have a certain amount of power. This was the origin of the fourth realm of Taoism. At the fifth realm, creation, the number of Abhijna spells one could use would increase, and their power would also be stronger. They could use the 5 elements escape technique, immobilization and so on. Abhijna spells at this stage already had the power of creation. And at Dongxian they could carry mountains and restrict rivers, move scenery and take the moon, pinch fingers to calculate, see the secrets of the heavens and predict the future. As for the upper 3 realms, they were even stronger. Li Mu did not think too much about this. His strength was forcefully raised by the Empress. If he did not stabilize it quickly, there would be a risk of it falling. Although the taste of being forcefully raised was painful, if the Empress could give him this from time to time, the creation was just around the corner. Late at night, Xiao Bai beside him had already fallen asleep. Li Mu was still stabilizing his breathing. Suddenly, a wave of sleepiness hit him. In front of Li Mu's eyes, the woman in his dreams appeared again. After seeing the portrait of the Empress, Li Mu naturally no longer thought that this was his inner demon. The dream marriage technique of a transcendent powerhouse could easily invade other people's dreams and weave them wantonly. This technique could also trap a person's consciousness in a dream, forever unable to wake up. Li Mu forced himself to calm down. He could not show the slightest difference. The Empress met him with the dream entry technique because she did not want Li Mu to recognize her identity. Once her identity was exposed, she would fly into a rage out of humiliation. He did not know what she would do. Li Mu chanted the clear heart technique, calmly greeted her and said, "We meet again." The woman glanced at him and said lightly, "You don't seem to want to see me." Li Mu quickly explained, No, in the days when you did not appear, I was thinking about you every day." "Thinking about me?" The woman looked at Li Mu and asked, "What about me?" Li Mu did not continue this topic and said, "I think you are very similar to someone." The woman asked, "Who?" Li Mu said, "Her Majesty the Empress." Deep in the woman's eyes, a trace of panic flashed for the first time. But her expression was still calm. She asked, "How so?" "I can't say. Just feel so," Li Mu said and then shook his head. He murmured, "No, you and Her Majesty only look alike from the back. Your personality is completely different. You only know how to play with whips. You are vengeful and stingy. Her Majesty is broad-minded and considerate to her subjects. Not only did she give me spiritual jades, but she also helped me improve my cultivation." The woman glanced at Li Mu and said, "She is so good to you because she wants to use you." Li Mu's face darkened. The Bai sword appeared in his hand. He pointed at her and said, "Her Majesty is the person I admire the most. I will not allow you to disrespect her. You dare to criticize Her Majesty. I cannot tolerate this. Show me your weapon." That you're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.